Chapter 1639. On top of that, this matter was related to senior brother Chuyang. Therefore, during this period of time, Great Demon King Tan, who had already reached the peak of second-grade supreme martial artist, had set off for this place. While they were on the way, Tan's gaze suddenly focused. He said, "Stop. Something doesn't seem right." Goo stopped in his tracks. "What do you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, extreme shock suddenly came over his face. Looking at the black aura that had suddenly appeared in front of them, he murmured, "What pure demonic aura? Who is this? Could it be?" Goo's heart was beating rather fast. Could it be that he had just arrived at the capital and he had already met the person in question? It seemed like his luck was too bad, wasn't it? Kiki, what a delicious delicacy. To think that it has delivered itself to my doorstep. A strange laugh came from the black aura. A salivating voice said, "Not bad, not bad. My luck is really not bad. To actually encounter a legendary supreme demonic body in such a trashy place. If I can eat this fellow, my cultivation will definitely be able to recover to its peak in an instant and even improve greatly. Meat pies falling from the sky are nothing more than that." The moment this voice came out, an unprecedented sinister and terrifying pressure also spread out along with it. In an instant, it covered an area that covered the entire place. Tan, Goo, and the others exchanged a look. They could all feel that this fellow's strength was really beyond their imagination. They really didn't expect that such a strong expert actually existed in this land of the heavens. Such strength was enough to make even the extraterrestrial demons sigh in admiration. This admiration had nothing to do with race. It was just a form of recognition of his cultivation. Tan took a step forward. His eyebrows had long been knitted together. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Where did this evil demon come from? To actually dare to play tricks in front of me, the Great Demon King. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come out to greet me, the Great Demon King." Tan was used to calling himself the Great Demon King. Today, he had met a real demon. Yet he had raised his status by another level, from big to great. Upon hearing that, the heavenly demon let out a strange laugh. The ink-like black aura swirled and a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Tan. His eyes narrowed. He licked his lips. He said, "Little, where are you from? How dare you call yourself the Great Demon King?" Tan grinned and said, "Son, I'm your father." The heavenly demon flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "Bullshit. Although your devil body is quite suitable to be my father, I am not your son. There is the confusion of the demonic system here." Tan angrily retorted, "You think it's suitable? Damn it. Are you insulting me? Do you think I want to be old?" The heavenly demon was stunned and immediately flew into a rage. "What did you say? You are clearly insulting me. You bastard." Demon King Tan flew into a rage. "Bah, what kind of wet dream are you having? How dare you dream of becoming a handsome and elegant old man with such a disgusting appearance? You're fucking insulting me." The elders of the 3 Stars Divine Clan widened their eyes and opened their mouths. What was this called? These 2 fellows seemed to be so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the issue they were arguing about right now made one's hair stand on end. On Tan's end, he had already erupted completely. Goo, now, give me a boost. Get rid of this fellow, so as not to be an eyesore." Goo sighed inwardly. Damn it, the reputation of the older generation is in the hands of the great Saint King. It had already been completely ruined. Today's incident wouldn't make a difference. He walked out slowly. However, the heavenly demon opposite him was taken aback for a moment. Then, he laughed, overjoyed. "An incredibly ugly short and fat fellow like you is actually called a drummygoo? How exactly are you a drum? Why don't you show me a drum?" What annoyed Goo the most was people making fun of his name. It couldn't be helped that Tan made fun of him. Now, even this hideous fellow was making fun of him and even saying that he was incredibly ugly and short and fat. He flew into a rage at once. With a shake of his hands, more than 700 palm strikes rained down on him. "What does it have to do with you what I'm called? What does it have to do with you whether I'm short or fat? Who do you think you are? Black aura flashed in the heavenly demon's eyes. Suddenly, countless arms reached out from the black aura and took on Guigu's attacks in a calm and composed manner. Slightly surprised, he said, "So you're a peak-grade supreme martial artist. Not bad. You can be considered an ant with some capabilities. Her. What a delicious meal. I'll play with you for a while." Extremely furious, Guigu moved. His powerful attacks, which were like a violent storm, were actually all blocked by him without any loopholes. Guigu couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. The torrential pear blossom palm that he had used earlier was an ultimate technique that he had become famous for ever since he had made his debut. Although his attacks were a little out of order due to his fury just now, their might was even greater. He didn't expect the demon before him to be able to receive them so easily using such a method. This was something that had never happened before. Furthermore, not only did this person receive them so easily, he even created a very strange suction force that made his cultivation seem to be flowing outwards in an invisible manner. With a loud bang, the black aura suddenly dispersed. "You're the heavenly demon," Guigu somersaulted out. Black aura appeared on his face as he exclaimed in shock. In actual fact, he didn't show any signs of defeat at the moment. However, he knew very well that if he were to really continue fighting, he would definitely be no match for him and his life would be in danger. The countenances of the people behind him all became unusually grim. It wasn't strange that the newcomer was a heavenly demon. They had already guessed this beforehand. However, the fact that a heavenly demon was actually this powerful was something that no one could imagine. TSK. It's me." The heavenly demon smiled smugly. "Step back." Tantan's countenance turned solemn. He said, "I'll test him out." Although it was just this one exchange of blows, Tantan already had a judgment that none of them, including himself, was a match for this demon before him. However, victory or defeat would only be known after a fight. He'd rather be beaten to death than be scared to death by someone. To be honest, Tantan felt a sense of crisis in his heart right now. Ever since Tantan had awakened to his true self, he had never felt such a sense of crisis before. It was a feeling of not being able to completely control his own life and death. It was a very bad feeling. However, the pride and dignity of a king didn't allow him to retreat in the slightest. Besides, he still had too many trump cards in his hands. Tantan was also confident that even if he were to be defeated in the end, it wouldn't be too tragic. Besides, how could he not fight when faced with such a strong opponent? At the thought of this, Tantan was rather speechless. Although his current strength had already reached the peak, he actually still hadn't truly recovered to the peak state of his previous life. Otherwise, why would he feel so stifled? He would have gone to give that bullshit heavenly demon a good thrashing this morning. "Be careful, Saint King. You mustn't be careless," all the elders said in unison. Even Guigu wasn't a match for the other party. If the Saint King were to fight personally, the outcome was really not optimistic. When the heavenly demon saw that Tantan was going to fight personally, he clearly became excited. His entire body actually trembled a little. Black aura flickered in his eyes, and he was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, "All right, let me have a taste of this supreme demonic body of yours." Tantan let out a strange cry. His body had already turned into a strong gust of wind as he charged forward fiercely. He swung his fist and said, "Watch how I beat you up, you brat." The heavenly demon didn't dodge or evade. He took a step forward and similarly threw out a punch. Boom. The two fists collided head-on without any tricks. Chi-chi, dense black aura emerged from both fists at the same time. The heavenly demon's fists were overflowing with dense demonic aura that was pitch black like ink. On the other hand, the force on Tantan's fists was a kind of aura that was so black that it shone brightly. The heavenly demon's demonic aura was filled with an extremely evil aura. However, Tantan's black aura was completely dark. That was a kind of feeling that was even darker than the night. It was a darkness that seemed to want to engulf and shield everything. As the two fists clashed, the heavenly demon's body only swayed slightly before it immediately stopped. An expression of extreme surprise and astonishment actually appeared on its face. It was clearly an expression of joy that was beyond one's imagination. On the other hand, Tantan's entire body swayed and staggered for a full 30 feet. Then, he reluctantly stopped his footsteps. The expression on his face had become exceptionally heavy, cautious, and solemn. The heavenly demon was confident in his cultivation. So, it could be said that he was confident in his victory in this fight. However, the purpose of his previous attack was to feel out Tantan's bottom line so that it would be convenient for him to take action later. After all, he didn't wish to obtain a broken and incomplete supreme demonic body. However, Tantan was also aware of his status. He wasn't willing to be at a disadvantage. So, he wanted to feel out the true limits of his opponent. Both of them had come to a conclusion after that punch. This guy possessed the supreme demonic body. However, it seemed that he hadn't unearthed the true mysteries of the supreme demonic body. So, he hadn't even displayed its true might. The heavenly demon's heart had settled down after he had obtained this confirmation. He looked at Tan with an even stranger look in his eyes. In fact, he was faintly revealing an urge to possess Tan's body. This guy's cultivation is indeed higher than mine. In fact, it's much higher than mine. But his devil energy is unexpectedly heterogeneous and impure. It's brimming with a kind of demonic and heterodox feeling. This is a flaw that I can take advantage of. My devil energy is much purer than his. So, it's almost meaningless to compare. However, it's the other way around in terms of quantity. I'm at a complete disadvantage in terms of comprehensive strength. So, my chances of victory are slim. Therefore, I can only slowly think of a backup plan. Tantan had already thought of retreating. There was no other reason than that this opponent was too dreadful. He knew that he wouldn't have any chance of victory if he were to force himself into a fight. After all, he wasn't a match for him. The heavenly demon's cultivation was higher than Tantan's. So, he had obviously confirmed this earlier. Moreover, he had clearly understood Tantan's thoughts. So, how could he allow him to escape? Chapter 1640. When Tantan's thoughts reached this point, he saw that the heavenly demon had already flown right up to him. He immediately shouted, "Wait, I have something to say." The heavenly demon did as he said. Puzzled, he asked, "Oh, what do you have to say?" Tantan took 2 deep breaths to regulate his breathing. Then, he said, "To be fair, you take 3 steps back first." The heavenly demon was puzzled. "Why?" Tantan said angrily, "Take it or leave it. Damn it, why is it so hard to talk to you?" The heavenly demon snorted. "I'll just take 3 steps back. What can you do?" Tantan took a deep breath. Suddenly, he puffed out his chest and shouted at the heavenly demon, "Hey!" His voice was like spring thunder, shocking the surroundings. Hearing that, the heavenly demon took another step back inexplicably. He said, "If you—" He hadn't even finished speaking when he heard Tantan mustering his strength. It seemed as if he had exhausted all the strength in his body. Then, he shouted hysterically, "Help me!" The heavenly demon was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears at all. Extremely astonished, he asked, "What did you say?" Why would Tantan care about what he said? But he kept calling out, "Ichi-Ichiong, save me, Ichi-Ichiong, save me. If you don't come, I'll be dead. Damn you." The heavenly demon flew into a rage. "So you're asking for help. You're actually asking for help." Tantan said furiously, "You fool. Can't you tell that I'm asking for help? When I encounter bad guys that I can't beat, I'm not allowed to shout for help. What kind of bullshit logic is this?" Then, he opened his throat and let out another heart-wrenching howl. "Help! Itchy, itchy, itchy." The heavenly demon flew into a rage. Demonic aura spread and engulfed the whole place. Tantan didn't retreat. Instead, he went up to meet him. Goo and the others followed their hearts and joined the battle. In an instant, they were locked in a battle with the heavenly demon. Tantan's side was united. They joined forces to fight against the enemy. They were destined to have no chance of winning this battle. However, if they worked together, it was still possible to hold on for a period of time. Right now, they could only hope that before their joint forces were broken, someone would really come to their rescue. In the sky, save me. This was a unique voice in the first heaven continent, and it was also a unique and miserable cry. It spread out in all directions at high speed and actually shook 1,000 miles. It was all in the city. In terms of their positions, Gu Duxing was the closest to Imo Qingwu. Gu Duxing had been paying attention to the news from Imo Qingwu's side during the propaganda, the killings, and the constant counterattack. After all, she was his future sister-in-law, especially since Imo Qingwu was so young, and this was her first big battle experience. Even though Imo Qingwu's cultivation had already reached the peak, Gu Duxing still couldn't be completely at ease. In fact, Imo Qingwu was in the northeast position, while Gu Duxing was in the north. This was originally Chu Yang's arrangement. Gu Duxing wasn't a fool. He naturally understood the meaning behind Chu Yang's actions. As Tribulation's brothers, Gu Duxing was the first one that Chu Yang got to know. They got along with each other the longest and knew each other the best. Although Gu Duxing was the strongest among the brothers, even if Gu Duxing wasn't the strongest, in terms of a certain psychological perception, Chu Yang was the strongest. Chu Yang was also most at ease with Gu Duxing here. This wasn't to say that he couldn't be completely at ease with the other brothers here. It was to say that Chu Yang had a kind of preconceived notion in his heart. This had nothing to do with feelings. It was only related to first come, first served. This was the blind spot of human thinking. There was no reason to explain it. It could basically be said to be a kind of subconscious behavior. Just like now, some leaders and enterprises clearly had excellent horses but didn't use them. At some crucial moments, they would still use them to start their own businesses. Although the brothers back then knew that doing so might not be the right thing to do, they still did so subconsciously. Did you have a temper? Even if this ended up messing up the big plan. So what? This paragraph doesn't count. Damn it, I'm excited. Hearing that Imo Qingwu's side had a smooth journey, Gu Duxing naturally felt relieved. And in the northwest, Dong Wushang was also advancing toward the center with a kind of momentum. In this way, the situation in the north, northeast, and northwest gradually stabilized. Gu Duxing's heart finally relaxed a little. Fighting all the way until now, the pressure could be said to be not great. Not only were there no particularly outstanding experts among the ordinary participants, even on the law enforcement officer's side, there weren't any outstanding experts. Even if there were a few ordinary supreme martial artist experts, they would be easily dealt with. It wasn't enough to affect the overall situation at all. Therefore, Gu Duxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Dharma Supreme didn't intend to completely fall out with them at this time. This was basically in line with Chu Yang's estimation. The Dharma Supreme's target this time was the Tianding Grand Meeting. If there weren't any major changes, he wouldn't act rashly and lose the big picture for the small. If an all-out war were to be launched at this time, the law enforcement officers would have a high chance of winning. However, the Tianding Grand Meeting that they had painstakingly planned would definitely be ruined. Once the war broke out, it would be absolutely impossible for the Dharma Supreme and the heavenly demons to gather everyone like they did now. In that case, they wouldn't be able to absorb the soul power that they needed the most. It would take at least hundreds, or even thousands of times more effort. How could the Dharma Supreme not see the drawbacks in this aspect? Seeing that the public opinion here had been completely stirred up, Gu Duxing decided to meet up with Imo Qingwu. Only when they really met up could they be completely at ease. It wouldn't be too late to talk about other things. After all, the big clans are also fully cooperating with us now. The target that Big Brother requested is also more or less completed. Gu Duxing let out a long howl and prepared to move closer to Imo Qingwu's side. Although they had been besieged and ambushed countless times, nothing happened in the end. There wasn't even a wound left on second old Master Gu's body. Even his clothes seemed to be very clean. It was really a little too easy to Baidu Tieba fragrant words. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation level. In the heart, the 8 of them were all chatting happily with Chu Yang. It seems like there's really no pressure here. Who am I? Hee. There was no other person who could be so smug other than Aoshia. This dragon was close to forgetting himself now. I've snatched a lot of things this time. Waha, I'm rich. This sentence couldn't help but make the brothers collectively despise him. Other than this miser Aoshyayun, there really wasn't anyone else who would snatch things at this time. What kind of good treasures could a bunch of low-level martial artists have that could catch the eye of a supreme martial artist? Under normal circumstances, if a supreme martial artist told a low-level martial artist that he had taken a fancy to something, the low-level martial artist would definitely immediately give it to him and would even be eager to give it to him. It was an honor. After all, there were too few opportunities for low-level martial artists to have any relationship with a supreme martial artist. However, Ao Sheyun's situation was that of a supreme martial artist robbing low-level martial artists. It really didn't sound good if word got out. It wasn't an ordinary tasteless thing. I really despise. Rue Budong's voice rang out. Why am I with this guy? I really want to say that I don't know him. It's really too embarrassing. Damn it, Ant Dog. GMO was elated. It's really fun. It's a pity that there aren't any experts to test it out. It's a pity. It's more or less a little strenuous on my side. Luo Kadi's voice obviously had a teasing tone. Oh, wool. I actually have emperor-level experts on my side, and there are quite a few of them. It's really strenuous. Everyone scolded in unison. This guy really dared to say that. Everything is normal on my side. There's no pressure. Xie Danxiong was still indifferent. There's no need to say more. The most important thing was for everyone to gather together. Long delays may lead to trouble, Dong Wushang said. Dong Wushang obviously had a Mo layer by his side to remind him. Otherwise, with just Dong Wushang alone, it seemed that he really wouldn't be able to say such words that took the big picture into consideration. Everyone was naturally well aware of this point. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dong Wushang was so amused that he scratched his head. Was there a problem with his wife's words? There was no problem, right? There was really no problem. Conflicted, Chu Yang's voice rang out. Why isn't Qingwu saying anything? Did she meet someone difficult to deal with? Mo Qingwu's voice clearly carried sweetness. I'm fine. Everything is going smoothly. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone has gathered, let's blossom and spread out. After we're done, we'll come back. For this operation, the Dharma Supreme will definitely need some time to receive the news. We've caught them off guard this time. We may not have such an opportunity in the future. It's still hard to say what will happen next. Understood. Everyone agreed together. Right at this moment, Gu Duxing clearly sensed two strong auras coming from the north. Before they arrived, their powerful auras were already like a hurricane passing by, heavily oppressing his heart. These two people were definitely not to be trifled with. Gu Duxing couldn't help but be startled. He immediately said, "There are two experts from the north. They have a strong murderous aura. I'm afraid they're experts from the law enforcement officers. Everyone, be careful." Mo Qingwu was the first to bear the brunt. She said, "I've also sensed it. There's such a dangerous feeling. I believe the people from the north are of extremely high cultivation. They're probably not weaker than us." Everyone else agreed. These two people came aggressively, and their murderous aura was even more undisguised. Everyone had already sensed it. On the other side, Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Everyone, gather together immediately. Be careful and be on guard. Safety is the first priority. Pay attention to see if it's an expert from the law enforcement officers. If it is, avoid them as soon as possible. If it isn't, join forces to kill them. All the brothers agreed, and quickly gathered around the central location like a meteor flashing by. From 8 directions, 8 figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The power of a second-grade supreme martial artist was truly revealed at this moment. In an instant, there was complete silence in the capital city. 8 second-grade supreme martial artists took action at the same time. Everyone's aura was fully released. Such power, even in the capital city, was definitely the first time it had happened. The people below couldn't help but look up at the figures flashing past above their heads. They couldn't help but be stunned. Tribulation. The tribulation of the Tribulation Sword Master. He had actually grown to such an unattainable realm. In several directions in the city, the experts from several big clans felt the power of the Tribulation Brothers. Their expressions were complicated and their eyes flickered. Many people sighed at the same time. Tribulation was based on grade. He could be considered to have achieved great success. It was just a matter of time before he dominated the world. The extraterrestrial demon here was already unrivaled. The tribulation over there was also fully fledged. What should they do? In the blink of an eye, two sharp and long howls broke through the air. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed. The black dragon's sword let out a loud and clear howl. It rose up and turned into a black dragon with billowing smoke. It flew out of the sky and met them head-on. Dong Wushang stomped his feet and flew into the air with his saber. He changed direction and rushed toward the north. Meet the enemy. Two voices that sounded like metal and stone clashing said coldly, "Tribulation of the world, die today." Chapter 1641. After a while, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, as if they had materialized out of thin air. With the appearance of these two people, boundless pressure and majesty appeared. That was the confidence of the law enforcers for 10,000 years, a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. But at this moment, this confidence transformed into a strange and domineering special aura. It made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The two of them stared down coldly with 4 pairs of eyes. The next moment, 2 black lights shot up into the sky, one on the left and one on the right, sweeping over. Clang, 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 clang. Below, countless long swords suddenly left their sheaths spontaneously, shining brightly. Countless people were shocked to see their swords leave their sheaths spontaneously, and a thought came to their minds. Then, they were completely shocked by this thought, and they blurted out, "Sword supremacy." Almost at the same time, countless sabers also let out long cries and left their sheaths. They were almost half a foot long. This meant that besides the sword supremacy, there was also the saber supremacy. Facing the strong attack of the law enforcers, a saber and a sword supremacy faced it head-on. In mid-air, 4 powerful supreme martial artist auras clashed and collided with each other, gradually scattering in all directions. Rings of powerful auras continued to spread out in an unbridled manner. Down below, almost everyone was trembling because of the sudden powerful aura. Being suppressed by such an aura, everyone felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Perhaps at this moment, or perhaps at the next moment, they would die. Are you here to kidnap people? Since you're here, why don't you report your name? Otherwise, you'll die without a name. A high-grade supreme martial artist shouted coldly, his words full of strong murderous intent. Gu Duxing smiled coldly and said, "For tens of thousands of years, the law enforcers have always been the most powerful helpers of the Tribulation Sword Master. Who would have thought that today, when the heavenly demon is wreaking havoc, you would be the first to jump out and rebel against the heavens? Are you willing to become the slaves of the heavenly demon so willingly?" The expression on the high-grade supreme martial artist's face didn't change at all, but the black gas in his eyes suddenly surged out. He said coldly, "I'm Ghost Sword Duan Tiansong. My sword has dominated the heavens, and I've never killed a nobody. I advise you to tell me your name. You don't mind walking without a name. I still care about the record of killing a tribulation, but I don't know which tribulation was killed." The other shorter one laughed strangely and said, "I am the demonic saber ancestor. He. I don't care if I know your names or not. You are just people who are about to die." At this moment, in the crowd below, there was a commotion. Some of the upper echelons of the aristocratic families were shocked. The newcomers were Ghost Sword Duan Tiansong and demonic saber ancestor He. These two people were the top killers of the law enforcement officers. These two people had always been ruthless to their enemies. As long as it was an enemy of the law enforcement officers, they would never let them go. This was not the main point. The main point was that these two people had never been defeated. The two of them were already members of the Patriarch Hall among the law enforcement officers. Originally, it was only under Wind and Moon. The combined power of these two people was only slightly inferior to that of the Moonbreeze couple. All the experts in the world would turn pale at the mention of this name. Unexpectedly, it was fine if the Dharma Supreme didn't make a move. As soon as they made their move, they directly dispatched the two ace experts of the world law enforcement. For a moment, there was silence. The law enforcement experts under the Dharma Supreme, the fresh legend of tribulation under the Tribulation Swordmaster. It was about to be the first head-on collision. Who would win and who would lose? The legend of tribulation could be rewritten, or even ended. Would the demonic calamity of the Dharma Supreme be eliminated or even annihilated? The only thing that was certain was that no matter the outcome, no matter who won or lost, this battle would be recorded in history. For the first time in 10,000 years, there was a situation where law enforcement experts faced tribulation head-on. For the first time, law enforcement experts and tribulation engaged in a life-and-death battle. This battle in the future announced the end of a great era, and at the same time, the arrival of a new era. No matter who won or lost, it would shake the world and shock the world. Gu Duxing sneered. Ghost sword and demonic saber? I haven't seen the ghost sword, but the name of demonic saber is now true. Is the heavenly demon's underling worthy of ruling the world and enforcing the martial world? Listen, I am Gu Duxing, one of the tribulations under Big Brother Tribulation Swordmaster. Dong Wushang laughed. Demonic saber? What a coincidence, haha. The veteran's is the dark saber, but yours is the demonic saber. Today, I will let the world see how the demonic saber will break and how the dark saber will dominate the world. I am Dong Wushang, one of the tribulations under Big Brother Tribulation Swordmaster Chu. How arrogant. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue and break my demonic saber? After a while, the saber will be broken and people will die. Demonic saber master, he said coldly. When men kill people, they never rely on their mouths. Dong Wushang stood in the air. With a flip of his wrist, the dark saber appeared in his hand. He held the saber horizontally across his chest and pointed the tip of the saber forward. He shouted, Zhu He, come forward and accept your death. Zhu He looked up to the sky and let out a long and loud roar. The magic saber in his hand flashed, and he leaped up. Then, he soared into the sky without any support. Dong Wushang laughed wildly and followed after him with a whoosh. Both of them hadn't made a move yet, but the surroundings were already filled with saber energy. With a flash of the black saber, Dong Wushang attacked first. Holding the saber in one hand, the dark saber, which had already reached 1,500 kilograms, came down. Zhu He's eyes flashed and he shouted, You want to rule the world with your saber? Ask my demonic saber first. The demonic saber was held horizontally in a head-on manner to block the attack. At this moment, Gu Duxing and Duan Tiansong didn't make a move. They just watched the fierce collision between Dong Wushang and Zhu He. This was because the first clash between the two of them was already enough to decide something. Therefore, both of them were fully focused on observing the outcome of this collision. Gu Duxing was full of confidence in Dong Wushang. Coincidentally, Duan Tiansong was also very confident in Zhu He. However, Gu Duxing's expression was focused and concerned. As for Duan Tiansong's expression, it was a mixture of excitement, cruelty, and indifference. Zhu He's attack could definitely test the depth of the opponent's foundation. Since the two of them were qualified to belong to the tribulations, their cultivation was naturally similar. His probing was equivalent to finding a path for himself, which was greatly beneficial to him. As for whether Zhu He was dead or alive, that was his own business. Losing his life to the enemy had nothing to do with others, and it had nothing to do with Duan Tiansong. The moment this thought arose, Duan Tiansong also felt surprised. He and Zhu He had worked together all their lives. Even if they didn't dare to say that their friendship was life or death, it was still a close friendship. He had never been so indifferent to Zhu He's safety. But why did he think so this time? But in the blink of an eye, another thought arose inexplicably. What could be more important than the great cause of the heavenly demon? The black aura around his body suddenly surged. Duan Tiansong immediately felt at ease and was no longer surprised. Gu Duxing's sharp eyes flashed. He looked at him with some surprise, but Duan Tiansong didn't care. The two sabers finally collided with each other. Both of them shook at the same time. Dong Wushang's burly body suddenly took a step back, and then took another step back. His body leaned back slightly, and then he turned back. As for Zhu he flew out 100 feet like a kite with a broken string. The saber in his hand was still buzzing. His face suddenly turned pale, and then a burst of black aura surged. His hawk-like eyes stared at Dong Wushang, and he said with difficulty, "What a heavy saber." As soon as he said that, a trace of blood finally came out of the corner of his mouth. Dong Wushang sneered and said, "Is it very heavy? I think it's just that your saber isn't heavy enough." When it came to cultivation, although they were all supreme martial artists and were roughly on par, Zhu still had the upper hand in detail. After all, his foundation was much, much deeper than Dong Wushang's. It was all accumulated through his own cultivation, and Dong Wushang's current cultivation was mostly obtained through external forces, even though he had already taken it all for his own use. There was still a gap between the degree of purity and the degree of utilization. But in a real fight, other than cultivation, there were several other factors that determined the outcome. In Dong Wushang's case, his advantage was his great strength and heavy saber. Dong Wushang was born with great strength. Coupled with his black saber, it was even more powerful. And although Zhu saber was also a heavy saber, it only weighed 135 kilograms. Dong Wushang's black saber originally weighed 570 kilograms. After being strengthened by Chu Yang when he was a second-grade supreme martial artist, it already weighed 1,500 kilograms. Not long ago, after breaking through to second-grade supreme martial artist, Dong Wushang pestered Chu Yang to strengthen the black saber again. At present, it already weighed a full 1,500 kilograms. Dong Wushang was very satisfied with this weight. A 1,500-kilogram saber, coupled with Dong Wushang's great strength, and the fact that they were fighting at a high altitude, the opponent's saber only weighed 135 kilograms. This gap was really too big. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as big as heaven and earth. Caught off guard and unprepared, Zhu could take this saber without dying or being crippled, and even the saber itself was intact. This result was already beyond Dong Wushang's expectations. "Since you think it's heavy, let's take another saber. Have a good taste of second Master Dong's prowess." Dong Wushang gave a loud shout and spun up. His body turned into a tornado as he spun and slashed at the ancestral river. Zhu already knew their strengths and weaknesses. How would he dare to take it head-on? He dodged and took advantage of the momentum to counterattack with his saber. Dong Wushang turned his wrist and somersaulted in the air. His black saber clashed fiercely against the opponent's saber. Zhu still did not dare to take it head-on and was forced to change his move again. Dong Wushang was still unchanging. "I'll go how you come. We're on the same level. I'll use whatever moves you use. It'll be a head-on clash, and I'll have the advantage no matter what. Anyway, I'm strong and my saber is heavy. You're weak and your saber is light. You'll be at a disadvantage no matter what." Chapter 1642. Duan Tiansong's voice had become calm and peaceful. He no longer had the viciousness and craziness from before. "Your sword intent is really strange. It makes me feel lonely and lonely." Duan Tiansong looked at Gu Duxing with a smile. "Especially after the sword, I felt even more sad and lonely." He sighed sincerely. Good swordsmanship. Legend Tribulation certainly lives up to its name. Brother Tribulation is invincible. I finally experienced it myself today. He was full of praise. Not only was he not angry, he was instead filled with some kind of relief. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You didn't use your full strength, especially in the last fight." Duan Tiansong shook his head. "It's not that I didn't want to, but I really couldn't. Although the demonic aura can increase the power of martial techniques, I've had too little contact with it after all. I haven't completely integrated it into my 10,000 years of habits. So, I definitely didn't show mercy just now. In fact, even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it." He laughed bitterly. "Because at that time, I still couldn't control myself. Then why are you now?" Gu Duxing asked with some surprise. He was surprised at the enemy's change. Why did it seem like he was completely demonic? "Because I'm already dead." Duan Tiansong smiled calmly. "Nothing matters in life except death. Duan Tiansong, finally understand the true meaning of this sentence today. Once you've seen through life and death, what's there to be afraid of? So now, he can't control me anymore. I'm finally me again. I'm no longer a demonic puppet. He looked at the battle between Dong Wushang and Zhu Hehe in a daze. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "In the past, I always said that death isn't scary. But for those who are truly alive, there's no one who can see through the word death. Since ancient times, the only difficult thing is death. It turns out that death is ultimately so difficult." He looked at Gu Duxing calmly and said, "Gu Duxing, your swordsmanship has already reached a higher level and is about to reach the peak. You've already gone further than me. Before I die, I have nothing to tell you because you've already surpassed me. However, I still want to tell you something. It was a sentence about martial arts. It's also the only realization I have after death." Gu Duxing said seriously, "Please enlighten me." After a moment of silence, Duan Tiansong finally said word by word, "Life and death. The mortal battlefield is the best place for you to go. After seeing through death, one's swordsmanship should be able to achieve small accomplishment. Then, if one were to see through life, one would be able to achieve great accomplishment." Everyone could talk about this principle, but it was difficult to achieve it. I've never been able to see through it. Even now, I still haven't been able to see through death. Even in death, I still haven't been able to see through it, because death is, after all, an external force and not one's own state of mind. Remember, life and death. It was a kind of realm. It's not just about living or dying. Duan Tiansong said softly. Gu Duxing murmured in a low voice, "Life and death are a kind of realm. It's not as simple as living or dying." After pondering for a long time, he said, "I'll remember it. I don't really understand it yet, but I'm going to try and explore. Thank you for your advice." "You're welcome." Duan Tiansong let out a long sigh. "In the future, when you see people like us, I will ask you for one thing on their behalf." Gu Duxing said respectfully, "Please speak." "As fast as you can. Kill them." Duan Tiansong smiled warmly. "The faster you die, the more likely you will be able to preserve your reputation. You know what I mean." Gu Duxing nodded slowly. "I'll remember it. If it's possible, I'll do my best." Duan Tiansong nodded and smiled. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, watching the battle between Dong Wushang and Zhu Hehe. He said dispassionately, "I'll wait for my brother. With a companion in the netherworld, I won't be alone. We brothers have walked together for 10,000 years, never abandoning each other in life and death. But at the last moment, we almost broke that spirit of brotherhood. This is what I should thank you for the most. That sword of yours gave me this last moment of clarity." On the other side, Dong Wushang had obviously gained an overwhelming advantage. He forced Zhu Hehe to clash head-on with his saber strike after strike. With every strike, both of them would spit out blood at the same time. It was an extremely barbaric fight. It was a head-on collision. There were no tricks or tricks involved in the fight. At this moment, both of them were clearly enraged. Their eyes were red, and there was no need for dodging at all. They could only clash head-on. The empty space was shattered piece by piece. The next moment, it was reassembled, and the next moment, it was shattered again. The cycle was endless. The place where the two of them fought was already thousands of feet high in the air. Below the place where they fought, the whole place was shaking. The two of them shook violently, causing their bodies to sway. After such a battle, Zhu Hehe's side has recovered a little bit of his sanity. Duan Tiansong was relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a suicidal way of fighting. If he really fought in a clear-headed state, your companion's strength is too great. He was born a hero, so he neglected techniques. So even if he could win in the end, he would still have to pay a considerable price. His fighting style is too simple, so simple that it's regrettable. Gu Duxing nodded seriously. "I'll pass on your words to Dong Wushang seriously." Duan Tiansong nodded with a smile. Finally, Dong Wushang let out a fierce roar. Holding the saber with both his hands, which had already split open, he slashed at Zhu Hehe, dripping with blood. What a powerful and domineering slash. That was a slash, and also a slash that cut through everything. Poof! Zhu He's demonic saber could no longer bear it and shattered in an instant. The demonic saber, which was already riddled with holes and fragmented from the continuous collisions, finally couldn't bear the strongest and fiercest impact. Before the final collision even hit, it had already shattered completely. Dong Wushang's dark saber was like lightning and thunder, slashing wildly at Zhu He. Zhu He's twisted face suddenly revealed a peaceful smile. He actually stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing Dong Wushang's saber without dodging. His face was calm. "Stop!" Duan Tiansong shouted. "Stop!" Gu Duxing shouted to stop him. Dong Wushang was shocked when he heard that. He pulled back his saber with all his strength. However, the saber energy that had left the saber couldn't be stopped. The biting cold saber energy had already passed through Zhu He's body. Zhu He's expression gradually calmed down. He maintained his unmoving figure. He could clearly feel the sharp saber energy cutting through his heart meridians. The expression on his face finally changed again. The originally calm expression became more and more relaxed. There was even a kind of carefree feeling of waking up from a nightmare and finally being free. Zhu He, who had finally broken free from the demonic shackles and was about to die, no longer looked at Dong Wushang. Instead, he turned around and floated toward Duan Tiansong, who was in the air. The people below were all surprised and puzzled. What was the result of this battle? It looked like Tribulation's side had won a complete victory. But why did the victors, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, look a little sad, while the two losers, Duan Tiansong and Zhu He, look a little happy? They were no longer as violent and ferocious as they were at the beginning. The winner didn't win, and the loser didn't lose. What happened between the Ghost Sword and the Devil Sword and the Tribulation Sword Supreme? In a flash, Zhu He had already arrived in front of Duan Tiansong. The two of them looked at each other deeply and smiled at the same time. Fortunately, although we were plotted against, we didn't make a big mistake. This is God's favor to us. Yes, you're still you and I'm still me. Yes, this is indeed our fortune. The two of them spoke very softly. The words that came from one's mouth entered the other's ears. The rest was blown away by the high-altitude hurricane. In the surging wind, the clothes and hair of the two of them fluttered in the wind. The smiles on their faces were warm and sincere, as if they were red. Duan Tiansong's calm and relaxed face gradually turned pale. A touch of pain finally appeared on his face. It was the same for Zhu He on the opposite side. This was the price to pay for breaking free from the demonic shackles. Only with the price of life could one break free from the demonic shackles. Even if the two of them had extremely high cultivation and could temporarily hold on to their last breath of vital energy and not die, they couldn't hold on for too long. Death was finally coming. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing's hearts trembled. To be able to make the second-grade supreme martial artists, who had seen through life and death, feel such pain. What could it be? The expressions on their faces became more and more painful, but the joy in their eyes became more and more. Ha ha ha. Zhu He suddenly trembled all over and laughed to the sky. He said loudly, I, Zhu He, have killed countless people in my life. People call me the Devil Sword. I've killed good people and bad people. There were also many times when I killed the wrong person. But in this life of mine, I believe that I'm worthy of the title of Enforcer. I, Zhu He, am known as the sword-bearer of the Enforcers. I'm recognized as the executioner, and my hands are stained with blood. But still, I've been cursed countless times in my life. But my reputation is even better. I'm indomitable and worthy of the title of a man. Today, before I go, I almost lost my integrity. The demonic aura is still raging in my heart, but I'm already a dead man. Even if the demonic aura isn't extinguished, what can it do to me? Zhu He laughed loudly. The corner of Duan Tiansong's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He just smiled and nodded repeatedly. Bright streaks of blood had already broken out of the corner of his mouth. The two of them stood side by side. Suddenly, they tried their best to straighten their bodies. It seemed that even this straightening of their bodies required a lot of effort. A thin trace of blood appeared on Duan Tiansong's throat. Faint traces of blood also appeared on his waist. And where Zhu Hehe's heart was, blood began to surge. But the two of them didn't seem to notice this at all. They straightened their bodies and bowed deeply to Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. Thank you. My illustrious name has finally not fallen. It's all thanks to the help of the two of you. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing only felt heartfelt sadness in their hearts. Duan Tiansong had already turned around. Enduring the pain, he said to Zhu Hehe, "Brother, even if you and I die, our spirits may not be at peace. Our spirits seem to still be useful to those demons, right?" Zhu Hehe suddenly realized something. He said to Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, "Yes, I almost forgot about this. Don't forget, you must destroy our spirits." Chapter 1643. A solemn expression appeared on Zhu Hehe's face as he said in a low voice, "Once we succumb to the devil, even our spirit will lose its freedom. Even if we die, our spirit will return to the hands of those who have succumbed to the devil and become nourishment. When we succumb to the devil previously, we can no longer control our spirit completely. Even if we use the dharma of destruction of body and soul, we can only destroy the part of our spirit that we can control. As for the spirit that has already been demonized, we are already powerless to destroy it. Good people, please go all the way. Just destroy our spirit and soul and consign us to eternal damnation." A conflicted expression appeared on Gu Duxing's face. This matter no longer concerns us. If our spirit ends up benefiting the extraterrestrial demons, it will only harm more lives in the world. Duan Tiansong said weakly, "Lord Gu, there is a knife above the word tolerance. Tolerance is multifaceted. If you can't bear it now, you are being cruel to us and to the world. If you are cruel to us now, you are being cruel to the world and to yourself. If you allow our spirit to strengthen the extraterrestrial demons, the two of us will truly die with regrets. Please fulfill my wish, I beg you." "All right. On behalf of the world, I thank the two seniors for their kindness." Gu Duxing said decisively, "When this matter is over, I will personally erect a memorial tablet for the two seniors. It will be written, 'Ghost Sword and Devil Saber, rule the world.'" "I am very relieved." The two of them smiled at the same time. They looked at each other and said at the same time, "Brothers, let's go." Blood spurted out from various wounds on their bodies at the same time. Gu Duxing's last sword strike seemed casual, but in fact, it had already severed Duan Tiansong's throat and waist, cutting off his life force. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to break free from the devil's shackles on his own. As for Duan Tiansong, he was able to hold on until now because of his peerless cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for 10,000 years to maintain his last breath. As for Dong Wushang's last strike, even though he had withdrawn his saber in time, the sharp saber energy could not be withdrawn in time, especially when Zhu Hehe was still bent on seeking death. Without any resistance, the saber energy that penetrated his body had already shattered his heart meridians. The injuries of the two of them were already so severe that there was no longer any possibility of them surviving. However, the two of them barely managed to survive because they were worried that their spirits would be used by the Dharma Supreme and the extraterrestrial demon. Although they were dead, they would still be a hindrance to the human world. But now that they had gotten Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's promises, their minds relaxed. They didn't want to force themselves to continue walking together. Just as the two's injuries were acting up at the same time, a clear and resonant roar suddenly sounded from the center of the capital city, stirring up winds. Then, an awe-inspiring sword light soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. It made a turn in the air, and the sword chi whistled. With the sound of wind and thunder that shook the heavens and earth, he rode on his sword and flew away at an extremely fast speed. This figure flashed across the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, it left a dazzling sword light that spanned hundreds of miles in the sky above the capital. Even after that person had left for a long time, there was still no sign of it disappearing. What a sharp sword! Duan Tiansong's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened. He asked in a weak voice, Was it the Tribulation Sword Master who just passed by? Gu Duxing said. It was Big Brother Chu. I didn't expect that we would be able to witness the Tribulation Sword Master's majesty before we die. Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hehe smiled in relief. We have no more regrets in this life. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang didn't reply. The bodies of these two were already torn apart in the air, and they died with their bodies dismembered. The last words of their lives came from Zhu Hehe's mouth. The demonic saber may be called a demon, but my heart is not a demon. Sirs, please don't forget to destroy our spirits. Even if we die, we won't be used by the demon. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's expressions were solemn and serious. They said, "Rest assured, seniors, our names will last for eternity." A saber and a sword, mixed with the top-grade spirits of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, came crashing down violently. After the death of Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hehe, their spirits dissipated into the world in an instant, forever annihilated. Clouds and mist drifted. It was as if they could still vaguely see the gratified smiles of those two. But after that, their life marks completely dissipated into the world. Gu Duxing held his sword and bowed. Dong Wushang stood respectfully with his saber in hand, paying the highest respect to these two law enforcement seniors. Both of their hearts were heavy. The demonic saber. My heart is not a demon. Such a hero, but he was plotted against by the Dharma Supreme. At this moment, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's hatred was overwhelming. There had never been a time when they wanted to kill someone so badly. The Dharma Supreme. You really deserve to die. After a while, Gu Duxing seriously cleaned up the remains of the two seniors. Only then did he calm down and said, "The one who went by just now was obviously boss. He left in such a hurry. Did something happen over there? Let's go over and take a look too. We can help out a little," Dong Wushang suggested. Gu Duxing nodded. The two of them called out to their brothers and directly flew up on their swords. They turned into flowing light and disappeared into the north. After a long, long time, in the capital below, the crowd of petrified spectators finally regained their ability to move. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation made their first high-profile appearance under this sky. The shock they left in the world was really unparalleled. The law enforcement supreme martial artists who had been law enforcement officers for 10,000 years actually died in the hands of Tribulation's brothers in a one-on-one battle. Although this fact had long been expected, Tribulation was invincible in the world, but similarly, it was even more unexpected. After all, they were still so young. Tribulation is indeed worthy of his reputation. He's really amazing. Yes. I really didn't expect that they could really kill a low-level supreme martial artist. Although I've heard that Tribulation was invincible in the world as one, but it still feels a little like a dream. It's just a pity for the two seniors, Ghost Sword and Devil Saber. Sigh. Although they were enemies with Tribulation, I've never heard of any major misdeeds in their lives. Today, they died just like that. I just feel sigh. Yes, it's really a pity. Duan Tiansong and the rest didn't talk loudly in the sky. Apart from the high-level martial artists who had reached a certain level of cultivation and were at least 5th-grade supreme martial artists, the rest of the people below couldn't hear it. Those few who heard it had a look of sadness on their faces, but absolutely no one said the truth. Everyone made a decision at the same time. Keep their mouths shut. This matter concerned the reputation of the two seniors, Ghost Sword and Devil Saber. No one could bear to say that they were controlled by the extraterrestrial demon after their deaths. That would be a betrayal of conscience. This truth could only be written on a monument for Ghost Sword and Devil Saber after they killed the extraterrestrial demon and died in battle with the extraterrestrial demon. But if anyone said it now, the result would be certain. They wouldn't be able to live past today. Hundreds of miles away, the Dharma Supreme suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes turned into two black holes as he stared at the void in front of him, his long hair fluttering without wind. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "How can this be? Can he temporarily keep his mind clear just because he has returned to the dead?" He can actually reject the call of my demonic seed and abandon my extraterrestrial demon order. What a bastard. He's dead. He's dead. And he still wants to set me up. Damn it. He turned and left. Duan Tiansong and Zhu Hehe had awakened at the last moment. Their divine bodies had dissipated, and they had disappeared from the world forever. But this also made it impossible for the Dharma Supreme to receive the power from the demonic spirit. Naturally, there was no need for the Dharma Supreme to go. Moreover, he was very anxious to find the extraterrestrial demon and ask him what exactly was going on. If it was an exception, it would be fine. But if everyone was like that, what should he do? This wasn't a good sign. He shouldn't waste his efforts in vain. I didn't expect the tribulation now to have actually grown to such a level. It's really hard to imagine how he could improve so quickly and so shockingly. Damn it. The Dharma Supreme's face was full of worry. As he flew, he calculated and deliberated in his heart. Should I change my tactics at the Tianding Grand Meeting to kill the Tribulation Sword Master first? On the other side, Chu Yang directly took out the Tribulation Sword and flew on it. His speed was as fast as lightning. He was practically burning with anxiety. Chu Yang left in a hurry because he sensed something. At that time, he was waiting for his brother's triumphant return at the inn. Moreover, Mo Tianji had arranged for his brothers to go out and enter from the outside. They pushed forward layer by layer, and all parties were synchronized. It was the Guiyuan formation. Chu Yang stayed in the inn and didn't move. Although he seemed to be doing nothing, in fact, it was the Yuan in the Guiyuan formation. With the Tribulation Sword Master's powerful fate energy, it suppressed the evil energy in all directions and ensured the safety of his brothers. At this time, Chu Yang's mind was very sharp. The power of his divine sense was unparalleled. Seeing that his brothers had already reunited, and that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had single-handedly defeated two supreme martial artists who had been famous for a long time, Chu Yang was extremely happy. But at this time, he suddenly felt a vibration in his divine sense. It was an extremely unusual vibration. Something had happened, and something big had happened. Something major had happened to someone he cared about. Now that he was unsettled, this meant that something had happened to someone he cared about. How could Chu Yang not be shocked? At this moment, Chu Yang felt extremely uneasy. He couldn't help but close his eyes. However, he seemed to hear a voice calling out to him at the top of its lungs for help. Itchy, itchy, help. Chu Yang suddenly quivered and jumped up. Tan, it was him? But what could have happened to him? Tan's current cultivation was very high. He was definitely stronger than Chu Yang. Moreover, he had a group of 3 stars divine clan elders by his side. With such strength, it was difficult to find a match in the world. How could he be in danger? No. Maybe there really was someone who was qualified and capable of threatening Tan and his group. The Heavenly Demon. After recuperating for a while, the Heavenly Demon had recovered his strength. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon had encountered Tan? Tianji, you take charge of this place. I have urgent matters to attend to. Chu Yang only had time to say these words before he suddenly broke through the roof of the inn on his flying sword. Then, he broke through the sky like a thunderbolt. Chapter 1644. Huang Xiaoyou and the experts of the Huang clan who heard the noise and came out to watch didn't discover anything. They only had time to see the big hole on the top of their heads. Mo Tianji's slender figure flashed and appeared where Chu Yang was standing. He frowned and said, "What happened? What can happen at this moment?" How would Huang Xiaoyou and the others know what happened? Upon hearing this question, they couldn't help but shake their heads blankly. Mo Tianji tightly knitted his brows. What is it that could make Chu Yang so impatient to go there? And he didn't even have time to inform us? He wanted to use the World Master to check the secrets of heaven, but he had just used his heart's blood. Although he had already used heavy pills to make up for it, if he were to trigger a backlash from the secrets of heaven, he would easily die. Mo Tianji frowned and forced himself to calm down. He thought, no matter what, Chu Yang will definitely send back news once he goes. Let's stay calm for the time being and adapt to the situation. After a while, He felt that his brothers were chasing after Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel relieved. With these people gathered together, even if they were to face the joint forces of the Heavenly Demon and the Dharma Supreme, they should be able to protect themselves. Tan Tan's side had already reached a critical moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his life was at risk. As for why Tan Tan and the strongest lineup of the 3 Stars Divine Clan were still in a desperate situation, the reason was very simple. The Heavenly Demon who had recovered a lot of his strength was really too strong. He was so strong that he had far surpassed the limits of the Heavenly Layer practitioners. To put it bluntly, with the Heavenly Demon's current strength, he was definitely invincible in the Heavenly Layer. Unless Zixecheng reappeared, there would be no chance of defeating the enemy. Moreover, it was calculated with the current Heavenly Demon. If he really recovered to his peak state, even Zixecheng might reappear. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Previously, when Tan Tan used his strongest move and shouted, "Help!" Not to mention the elders of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, even the Heavenly Demon was about to collapse. As a peak-level supreme martial artist, as the leader of a clan, as the owner of the supreme demon body, as a self-proclaimed demon king, in short, no matter which identity he had, Master Tan, who had many high-level identities, didn't seem to have a reason to shout for help. But he still shouted. Moreover, he shouted it with righteousness and confidence. His voice was like a great bell, and the sound lingered in the air for 3 days. His voice shook 1,000 miles. The Heavenly Demon could not understand this. He said angrily, "As the leader of a race and the strongest of the current generation, he is the leader of a race. You're shameless. You still have the nerve to call yourself the Great Demon King? Giving the supreme demon body to you is simply a waste." "Bah!" Tantan angrily said. "You spat on me? I'm the one who spat at you. Are you out of your mind? Is your reputation or your life more important? Looking at you, it seems like you've lived for a long time. Have you been living like a dog?" How could he not understand such a simple logic? You dare to come out and mess around? I really don't know how you managed to survive until now. Are you too lucky, or are your enemies too unlucky? The Heavenly Demon was speechless. Talking to this little normal was definitely asking for trouble. This was definitely a mischievous guy who never played his cards rationally. For such people, it was more important to get rid of them as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. The most important thing was that this was the supreme demon body. It was almost the legendary ultimate demon body. This was an extremely good thing that even the top-notch Heavenly Demon seniors yearned to obtain. In the entire Heavenly Demon clan, only a few people above the Heavenly Demon King could possess the supreme demon body. Today, such a good thing had fallen from the sky and landed on his head. The series of bad luck that he had encountered previously was not a problem at all. As long as he could obtain this supreme demon body, it didn't matter how unlucky he was. It didn't matter. As soon as he thought that he would be able to possess this little supreme demon body, that wouldn't be a wonderful thing. The Heavenly Demon looked at Tan Tan as if a pervert had seen a beauty, or a mouse had seen rice. He was endlessly salivating. Without saying anything further, he stepped forward and attacked with all his strength. He used his greatest effort and mental strength to capture Tan Tan as quickly as possible. He wanted to possess his body. A burst of dense demon fog suddenly spread in all directions. The entire world was almost shielded by this demon fog in an instant. The Heavenly Demon cackled strangely. "I was merciful just now and allowed all of you to contend with me. Now, I'm going to attack with all my strength. Lower Realm Ant, prepare to face the consequences." The Heavenly Demon admitted that he had been merciful and hadn't gone all out. He wasn't praising himself against Gooey Goo just now, because he hadn't seen through Tan Tan's physique clearly. He would definitely gain a quick victory if he went all out. However, it would also worsen his injuries. It was very likely that his injuries that had just recovered would worsen again, or even become unmanageable. But right now, with such a great temptation as the supreme demon body in front of him, why would the Heavenly Demon care about serious injuries? As long as he could possess this body, so what if his injuries were a little more serious? With a strange laugh, the heavenly demon's aura surged and he flew down. Tan was already scared by his gaze to begin with. Seeing that he didn't care about the others at all and only attacked him, he was even more certain of something. Although this guy's demonic aura is abnormally huge, it's not as pure and authentic as mine. Could it be that he's targeting me? The thought had only just occurred to him when the other party's heavenly demon hand had already transformed into several dozen arms. They reached out menacingly from a stretch of demon fog and grabbed down at Tan. In an instant, they practically sealed off all of Tan's paths of retreat. Seeing this, Tan didn't dare to be negligent. With a loud roar, he activated all of his cultivation and shouted, "Mountains and rivers in one hand." His right hand reached out abruptly. The entire palm was pitch black and shiny. It really had an aura as if it was lifting up the mountains and rivers in the world as it went up to meet the attack. The heavenly demon clicked his tongue and said, "You've got some moves. This move is quite interesting." Countless palms suddenly shook and instantly disappeared. They condensed into a single hand and came down heavily, clashing with Tan's hand without any fuss. The moment the two attacks came into contact, the entire ground suddenly shook fiercely. Then, it came to a standstill. The next moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet was suddenly sent flying, rolling out in all directions. This clash actually really had the power to cause mountains to crumble and the earth to split. In the midst of the clash, Tan let out a muffled groan. His entire body was pressed down to the ground. No matter how deep he sank, the ground around him would sink as deep as he sank. It flew out in circles. When it flew up into the air, before the first wave of soil had even landed, the second wave of soil had already flown up. In an instant, the world turned dark. Gooey Goo and the others around them actually couldn't keep their footing, swaying left and right. Now you know how powerful it is, right? This move is the Heavenly Demon's secret technique. Heavenly Demon Descends. The Heavenly Demon cackled strangely. Heavenly Demon Descends is naturally earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Little one, surrender now that you know how powerful it is. The title of Demon King isn't something that just anyone is worthy of. At this moment, his right hand was still pressing down on Tan's right hand. His entire body was suspended in midair. Layers of black fog gradually rose around him. Just like that, he pressed Tan all the way down. If not for the fact that he coveted Tan's supreme demonic body and didn't want Tan's body to be damaged in any way, this attack would have been enough to smash Tan into smithereens. Even though the heavenly demon was heavily injured, his full-powered attack at this moment was still not something that a heavenly layer martial artist could withstand. The demonic aura that Tan possessed was much purer than his. However, the difference in their cultivation was simply too great. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break free from his right hand. He could only continue being pressed down like this. In the blink of an eye, he had already sunk 1,000 feet into the ground. Wait, Tan had to use all his strength to be able to shout. After that, he was panting like a bull. His face and ears were red. Black light shone in the heavenly demon's eyes. "How is it? Little one, what do you want to say?" The force on his hand relaxed a little, giving Tan a chance to catch his breath and speak. "I surrender," Tan shouted. "I admit that I can't beat you. Seeing that you don't want to kill me, I might as well surrender. Isn't this what you want?" "Surrender? You're saying that you want to surrender?" The heavenly demon urged his hand and said, "Really?" Tan suddenly felt that his whole body was about to be crushed. He reluctantly shouted, "You're courting death. Quickly let go. You only need to let go. I will surrender. This Demon King is the leader of the clan. I won't go back on my words." The heavenly demon snorted. He withdrew his hand and flew back. "Consider yourself sensible. Since you've surrendered, don't think about." His voice hadn't faded when he saw Tan jump out of the deep pit. His entire body was like a black light as he fled at high speed. He cursed, "You're delusional. Is Old Elephant the kind of person who would surrender?" His figure was already thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. He had just said that he wouldn't go back on his words. But, He had already gone back on his words in the blink of an eye. The heavenly demon was almost angered to death. He leaped and chased after him. Aren't you the leader of the clan? With such a status, you actually went back on your words. You're too despicable and shameless. Tantan sped up and retorted sarcastically, so what if I go back on my words and get fat? Anyway, I won't get fat no matter what I eat. Let's see if I can get fat by going back on my words this time. So what if I'm fooling you? Bite me then. The heavenly demon was almost driven mad by someone's shameless words. Goo and the others made a big fuss as they rushed over from behind. Although the enemy they had encountered this time was simply too strong, the Divine King's life was in danger at any moment. How could they possibly stay out of this? Tantan shouted from afar, "You idiots, don't follow me anymore. Hurry up and go by yourselves. I'll bring this fellow around to have some fun." If Tantan had the upper hand at this moment, Goo and the others naturally wouldn't be worried and would act according to Tantan's instructions. However, the Divine King was currently in an absolute disadvantageous situation where he could lose his life at any moment. How could they abandon him and leave? Even if they knew that they were no match for him, they had to protect him with their lives. If they could deplete a little more of the enemy's strength, they would be able to fight for a little more chance of survival for the Divine King. Goo let out a loud roar. He was the first to fly up. The other elders also flew up and surrounded the heavenly demon. Even if they had to die, they had to stall for more time so that the Divine King could escape safely. When the heavenly demon saw that there were actually people who dared to stop him and that Tantan was getting further and further away, he couldn't help but be enraged to the extreme. With a loud roar, endless black fog came out and spread out endlessly. All of a sudden, demonic flames filled the sky. The heavenly demon attacked with all his might. Chapter 1645. Tantan almost vomited blood. Why were all his subordinates such idiots? Did they only have muscles in their heads and no brains at all? His original intention of escaping was to lure the enemy away so that Goo and the rest would be fine first. If he was alone, then he would be able to be much more flexible. Furthermore, seeing how the heavenly demon's attention was unusually focused on him, there must be something on him that the heavenly demon was looking forward to. Luring him away was the current highest level of strategy. Even if he ended up dying in the hands of the enemy, after all, he wouldn't have any subordinates or brothers who would die in front of him. No brothers would die because of him. To Tantan or the Saint King of the Divine Clan, this was the most important point. In his previous life, the 3-star Saint King could be said to have a fresh memory of the great calamity that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Other things aside, what he couldn't accept the most was his loyal subordinates dying for him. Yet today, he had encountered such a strong enemy yet again. Yet, his subordinates and brothers had once again risked their lives to fight the enemy for his survival. With a furious roar, Tantan turned and charged back. He charged back toward the battlefield where the heavenly demon was fighting against Goo and the rest. His heart and blood were already boiling and burning. If I die, so be it. In any case, I won't escape even if I die this time. It's just that, Chuyang, you mustn't come. Tantan charged all the way, his heart filled with endless regret. There was no other reason other than the regret he felt for that cry for help earlier. Previously, he didn't expect the enemy to be so strong that there was no chance of victory at all. Initially, he had thought that with Chuyang and the rest here, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would be able to handle it. But from the looks of it now, the situation was very wrong. This heavenly demon was simply too strong. Even if Chuyang and the rest could make it in time, and everyone present joined forces sincerely, they would still not be a match for this heavenly demon. This fellow's strength had clearly exceeded the limits of this space. If Chuyang came, he would only be courting death. Therefore, you mustn't come. Tantan Xian crazily roared. His entire body transformed into a black light and rushed into the battlefield at a very fast speed. With a flash of cold light in his sleeves, the long sword that Chuyang had specially made for him appeared in his hand. The tip of the sword had just flashed when Tan Tan had already channeled all his energy, strength, and cultivation into it. In an instant, sword transformation thunderclap, an awe-inspiring stream of light charged towards the heavenly demon. "Oh, Saint King!" Gu Igu cried out loudly, his voice sorrowful. As he shouted, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In just a short period of contact, the heavenly demon had almost turned into a monster with millions of arms. Guigu and the others didn't have the slightest intention of evading the frenzied attacks of the individuals blocking their way, because the moment they did, the extraterrestrial demons would immediately go after Tan Tan. Everyone fought head-on without regard for anything else. However, while their fighting spirit was commendable, their cultivation was ultimately far inferior. In a short moment, everyone had been seriously injured. In fact, it was very likely that these people would have died in the next moment if Tan Tan hadn't returned in time to rescue them. Tan Tan wasn't willing to abandon everyone. So, he turned around to confront the powerful enemy at all costs. How could they abandon him? The Three Stars Divine Clan had been in the wind and frost for tens of thousands of years. They were on the verge of extinction. Only when the Holy King came out and led the tribe out of the world of ice and snow could they finally be rescued from the jaws of death. They were willing to throw away their lives. However, they had to ensure the safety of the Saint King. Only the Saint King was safe. Only the Three Stars Divine Clan would have hope. Therefore, Guigu and the others were infinitely resolute, determined to defend the Three Stars Divine Clan's hopes and outsiders with their lives. When the extraterrestrial demons went after them, all of them stood up to stop them. It was very obvious. If they wanted to go after our Holy King, they would have to step over our dead bodies. The extraterrestrial demons were in a hurry to go after Tan Tan and snatch the supreme demonic body. However, the few of them joined forces to fight back. Although their strength couldn't compare to the extraterrestrial demons, they were already fighting back with all their might. Even though the extraterrestrial demons used all their strength, they still couldn't get away. For a moment, they roared furiously. Seeing that Tan Tan had actually returned, the extraterrestrial demons were overjoyed instead of shocked. Unexpectedly, this person blocking the way was instead the best strategy to lure the supreme demonic body over. The extremely anxious Tan Tan turned into a streak of light along with his sword, charging over at lightning speed like a meteor descending. An even darker black light flashed across the extraterrestrial demon's eyes. In that instant, the whole world became even dimmer. All of a sudden, his entire body scattered. Yes, it scattered. His entire body abruptly disintegrated and scattered in all directions, leaving behind a huge hole in the middle. It was as if his body had already split into pieces in that instant. Tan Tan became one with his sword. His relentless, sure-kill charged through this hole just like that. It was as if his attack had hit empty space. Tan Tan let out a furious roar. Awe-inspiring sword aura suddenly exploded in this hole. Tyrannical power suddenly erupted. The demonic aura in the surroundings immediately surged. The extraterrestrial demons let out a fierce roar. The fatal hand that was grabbing at Guigu's head trembled violently and was instantly retracted. The momentum of Tan Tan's sword move just now was indomitable and unstoppable. It was impossible for it to stop. Even the extraterrestrial demons would be somewhat strained when faced with this desperate move of his. That was why the extraterrestrial demons chose to perform the Great Disintegration technique. As long as Tan Tan charged past his body, he would be able to get rid of all these eyesores in front of him in a split second. Besides, if Tan Tan's attack completely hit empty space, the backlash from using the wrong amount of force would also be no small matter. There was a high possibility that Tan Tan's strength would be weakened, and it would be more convenient for him to carry out his plans in the future. Therefore, this move could be said to be a brilliant move here. However, despite all the extraterrestrial demons' calculations, they had missed one point. And it was a very important point. Tan Tan was the reincarnation of a demon king from 100,000 years ago. How many secret techniques did he possess? How could he possibly make such a huge mistake of attacking empty space and using the wrong amount of force? Seeing that the extraterrestrial demons had performed the Great Disintegration technique, Tan had already reversed his own origin power in mid-flight. He quickly retracted the sword aura that he had long unleashed and unleashed it at the core of the hole. It attacked the extraterrestrial demon's body indiscriminately from the inside. The extraterrestrial demons could be said to have never imagined this move even in their wildest dreams. Caught off guard, they actually suffered a huge loss. After being violently shaken, the move that they had already unleashed immediately weakened. In reality, this was still because Tan's cultivation was too weak compared to the extraterrestrial demons. If Tan's origin power could reach half of the extraterrestrial demons, this attack would be enough to completely destroy the extraterrestrial demon's body with Tan's extremely pure theory of devil essence. Goo and the others roared in unison, taking advantage of this great opportunity to escape from the extraterrestrial demon's attack range that was enveloped by countless demonic hands. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. None of them had expected the extraterrestrial demons to actually be this strong. It was only when they had actually exchanged blows with them that they realized how terrifying the extraterrestrial demons' evil powers were. In just a few exchanges of blows, they were already severely injured and even in a life-threatening situation. How dare you, Junior? The extraterrestrial demon turned around abruptly and charged toward Tan. His body flitted through the air at high speed, letting out an extremely sharp sound as he sliced through the air. You have already successfully angered the Lord Extraterrestrial Demon. Prepare yourself. Tan snorted coldly and shouted furiously, "Why aren't the few of you leaving? Are you waiting for death?" This shout was directed at Goo and the others. Tan desperately hoped that these old fellows would leave as soon as possible. Goo laughed loudly and pounced forward. "If the Saint King doesn't leave, neither will I. If you want to leave, the Saint King should leave first." Tan was so infuriated by Goo's words that he almost blacked out. He desperately fended off the extraterrestrial demon's all-pervasive attacks as he hissed, "Bastard! Goo, you've lived for so many years, and yet you still have such a bastard temper. Are you guys planning to play yourselves to death, or play me to death?" Goo laughed loudly, already attacking madly behind the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Saint King. I will continue to work hard and continue to work hard." Upon hearing such honest words that were akin to an expression of loyalty, Tan only felt waves of bitterness in his mouth. As he watched this elder attack the extraterrestrial demon like a maniac, he heaved a long sigh of helplessness. What was the use of risking his life? It was completely useless. The other party was simply too strong. So strong that it was completely useless even if he risked his life. Bam! Tan only felt as if he had been smashed by a mountain. The extraterrestrial demon's invisible palm landed on his back. There was no trace of this palm at all. The extraterrestrial demon was clearly still on the opposite side, but this palm came from behind him. There wasn't the slightest bit of force that broke through the air, but it was extremely heavy. Even using the analogy of being smashed by a mountain wasn't appropriate enough, because being smashed by a mountain definitely wouldn't be this serious. The black aura all over Tan's body suddenly exploded and scattered. He staggered, fell to the ground, and rolled out. The extraterrestrial demon let out a sinister laugh. He reached out at lightning speed and grabbed at Tan. The supreme demon body was finally going to be his. Tan spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried his best to roll on the ground, barely avoiding the grab. However, the extraterrestrial demon immediately opened his palm and grabbed at him again. The black demonic palm in the air had already expanded to the point where it could cover a radius of several feet. No matter which direction Tan dodged in, he couldn't possibly avoid this claw. It seemed like it was already a foregone conclusion that Tan would fall into the demonic palm. Saint King. Goo flew over and stood in front of Tan, thrusting his sword toward the demonic palm. The extraterrestrial demon didn't dodge or avoid. As if it didn't see anything, it continued to grab at Tan. Poof! The moment Gu Igu's sword, which he had poured all his cultivation into, pierced the demonic palm. It shattered into pieces like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As if struck by lightning, Gu Igu's face suddenly turned blood-red. His entire body leaned backward, about to be sent flying by the pressure. Yes, he was going to be sent flying. The extraterrestrial demon's attention had never been on anyone other than Tan. Therefore, even though it could have easily slapped Gu Igu to death, it had already given up. Instead, it wanted to send Gu Igu flying, as long as it didn't interfere with its capture of the supreme demon body. However, Gu Igu's entire body was almost sent flying by the force. In that instant when he had just started to lean backward, he actually stubbornly held on and forcefully bent his body back again. His two hands struck out fiercely. At the same time, blood began to spurt out from his mouth like a waterfall, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. If he had taken advantage of the momentum and rolled out earlier, his injuries wouldn't have been too serious. However, now that he had forcefully counterattacked, he actually had to endure an impact that was doubled. That was an impact that he couldn't bear. However, he also understood that if he retreated at this moment, the extraterrestrial demon would be able to capture the Saint King. Chapter 1646. Not only could Gu Igu not retreat, he had to go forward instead. This move was equivalent to him taking on all the attacks with his own body. Gu Igu couldn't withstand the heavenly demon's attack at all, let alone the fact that he had already suffered considerable injuries previously. The moment they came into contact, he was already severely injured and his battle prowess plummeted. However, he had already achieved his goal. His only goal in stepping forward was to protect Tan. That was all. The heavenly demon let out a sinister laugh. His huge palm closed around Gu Igu's hand and squeezed it lightly. However, cracking sounds rang out consecutively. Gu Igu's arms were completely crushed. He roared furiously and tragically. As though he was going to dig out his heart and liver, he roared, "Divine King, hurry up and leave." His arms were already broken and he no longer had the strength to attack. Moreover, he was still in the enemy's control. However, he still had his legs and could still retaliate. Even if it was a futile effort, he had to do his best to retaliate. His legs left the ground and hundreds of kicks struck the heavenly demon like a whirlwind. The heavenly demon let out a furious roar. One of his left hands grabbed Gu Igu's hands, while his other right hand struck Gu Igu's chest fiercely. Almost at the same time, Gu Igu's hundreds of kicks landed on the heavenly demon's chest like the beating of a drum. Under such a huge force, even the heavenly demon couldn't help but lean backward. It was precisely because of these hundreds of kicks that the right palm that struck Gu Igu's chest didn't really land a solid blow. However, even though it didn't land a solid blow, this force still had destructive prowess. With a crack, Gu Igu let out a loud cry. His chest immediately caved in. However, he continued to shout, "Divine King, hurry up and leave." The heavenly demon casually tossed Gu Igu's body out. He no longer paid any attention to this person who no longer had the ability to retaliate. If this person didn't die, he would instead pin down the owner of that supreme demonic body and wouldn't leave easily. Then, he strode toward Tan. However, there was a trace of black blood at the corner of his lips. That was the result of Gu Igu risking his life. The heavenly demon was furious. He didn't expect that with his cultivation, he would actually be injured when facing a few heavenly-level ants. It looked like he had to end the battle quickly. His figure suddenly flashed randomly. The other 5 elders of the divine clan flew up to stop him at the same time. The 5 of them shouted, "Divine King, please leave quickly." Then, just like what Gu Igu had done earlier, these 5 people charged toward the heavenly demon without any hesitation. The 5 of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Everyone's eyes were wide open in anger as they roared with all their might. He condensed all of his life's cultivation into a single strike and gave it his all. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. "Holy King, run. As long as you are alive, even if we are beheaded, our bodies torn apart, and our souls destroyed, it will be worth it." If it weren't for the fact that Tan was too close to everyone's position right now, without any hesitation, these people had already launched a self-detonation attack. But now, he was afraid of breaking the vases. He could only risk his life and fight to the death. The heavenly demon cackled strangely, with an unprecedented killing intent. With a kick, the afterimage of the foot was still in the air, but in reality, it had already landed solidly on the chest of a sacred race elder. With a cracking sound, a large hole was kicked out of the elder's chest. However, the elder hugged the heavenly demon's leg tightly and begged in a hoarse voice, "Holy King, why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." The heavenly demon's right hand shot out rapidly and collided with another elder's palm. With a boom, that elder's palm was smashed into smithereens. With the remaining force, his arm broke all the way up. Then, the heavenly demon had already smashed his own palm into his own chest. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This elder of the 3 Stars divine clan shouted madly, "Holy King, hurry up and leave." Then, he lowered his head fiercely and bit down hard on the heavenly demon's palm with his white teeth. Without his hands, he couldn't exert any strength with his legs. Thus, he used his mouth and teeth. The heavenly demon let out a cry of pain and quickly retracted his palm. Just like that, he brought out a large piece of flesh and bones from this elder's chest. "Let's fight. Let's die together with him." The other 3 cried out in grief and indignation. Without dodging or avoiding, they charged over directly. They couldn't self-destruct right now. Only by engaging in close combat would they be able to effectively restrain the other party. However, this was also the riskiest and most life-risking method. Yet, the elders did it without any hesitation. "Holy King, hurry up and leave." The shouts of the 5 people were still reverberating in the air. In the blink of an eye, the scene had already become so tragic. Tan heard his subordinates shouting madly, "Holy King, hurry up and leave." He saw his old brother's flesh and blood flying everywhere. Tan's entire body started to tremble violently. His eyes slowly turned red. Then, they turned pitch black like ink again. He clenched his teeth tightly. His face was ferocious. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. He felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. It was as if he had traveled through time and arrived at the land of nightmares. Or rather, he had returned to the past moment that he didn't want to recall the most. The scene from tens of thousands of years ago, the scene that he didn't want to recall the most, suddenly rushed into his mind at this moment. It was the same at that time. Countless clansmen and subordinates had gathered in front of him and rushed towards the scene of the sky collapsing and earth sinking. "Holy King, hurry up and leave." Millions of people had shouted together at that time. They had begged him to leave in unison. They had been small and weak in front of him. But it was precisely because they were small and weak that they had braced themselves to meet the world-destroying flood. They had protected him, the most powerful person among the clansmen. They had even begged him to escape. They had begged him to escape. Tan roared silently. The sacrifice in front of him was just like the past, just like that day when flesh and blood flew everywhere. Suddenly, the wildest reason in his blood was stimulated. He opened his mouth and roared soundlessly. His eyes had already become completely black, a color even darker than the night. It was as if they were 2 black holes. His eyes were still as big as before, but these 2 invisible black holes seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. They were faintly emitting a suction force. It was a powerful suction force that was full of power. "I've already escaped once. I won't escape this time. I won't escape even if I die." Tan's seriously injured body slowly stood up from the ground. The heavenly demon's main target had been locked on him earlier. That silent palm had almost broken all the bones in his body. Tan shouldn't have been able to move under normal circumstances. In fact, he shouldn't have been able to move even a little bit, let alone stand up and circulate his martial power to fight. However, he seemed to have inexplicably recovered at this moment. In fact, it seemed as if he hadn't been injured at all. "I won't escape again at this moment." Tan's 2 black hole-like eyes looked at the heavenly demon. He coldly shouted, "Stop! His voice carried an unquestionable domineering command. It was brimming with a domineering aura that said, "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish." It was still Tantan's body. It was still Tantan's face. But the current Tantan seemed to have changed into a completely different person. His former mischievous and scoundrel had already disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by the imposing aura of a monarch. It was the boldness of a ruler who ruled over the common people. It was the bearing of someone who looked down on the masses. It was the tyrannical aura of someone who had absolute control over life and death. His words carried the might of a law that couldn't be disobeyed. The heavenly demon couldn't help but stop for some reason. Then, he became very dissatisfied with himself for stopping. He angrily shouted, "You, a junior, dare to order me?" Tantan's eyes exposed an exceptionally ice-cold killing intention. He insipidly said, "Trash, has the supreme demon body awakened?" The heavenly demon was startled, but he calmed down after taking a closer look. "So, it's just the return of the sealed power. However, your cultivation will always be limited by the boundary of the heavens, even if it has returned to the past. So, you can't reach the true power that the supreme demon body should possess. So, what can you do to me? You're just a relatively strong ant." Tantan looked at him with an indifferent expression in his eyes. He insipidly said, "You're right. This king's power has increased, but it's still not enough to kill you. However, I can still fight with you even if I can't kill you. Let go of my subordinate. This king will fight with you. Don't you want to obtain this king's body? Come and get it." The heavenly demon clearly felt that the opposite party's abundant fighting strength was as if he had been reborn. In fact, it wasn't inferior to his current fighting strength. So, he couldn't help but become cautious. After all, he needed to be alive to enjoy the temptation. So, it was better to be careful. The heavenly demon gently let go of his hand. Then, he slowly floated in the air. He laughed and said, "Haha, you're a demon among demons. But you're still too weak right now. So, why don't you simply let go of your divine soul, and let me use your demon body to display its potential power? Then, we can reach the peak together. How about it? I can guarantee that I won't destroy your soul. So, we can rule the world together." The heavenly demon's promise came from the bottom of his heart. Tantan's current state had been greatly enhanced. However, he was still inferior to the heavenly demon. So, it was difficult for him to win. The heavenly demon had made a compromise. He was willing to use his two souls to control his body. So, he could quickly develop the potential power of the supreme demon body. In a sense, this was a win-win situation. Tantan crossed his hands behind his back and rebuked, "Bullshit. You're just a little demon. You want to control my demon body? You're mistaken." Suddenly, he wrinkled his brows. Then, he silently laughed. "I used to respect my identity. So, I never used to curse. But I didn't expect that this time. I've changed a lot. Let's fight." Tantan's clothes fluttered without wind. His long hair fluttered in the air. He stood in the pool of blood. Black fog slowly curled up behind him. It was complete darkness. He took a step forward. The black fog behind him became even thicker. The demonic aura that the heavenly demon had released earlier and enveloped a lot of space seemed to have been assimilated by Tantan's black fog in this instant. Wisps of demonic aura started to gather around Tantan. That kind of domineering aura, that kind of authority, almost filled the entire world. Upon sensing this lawless and awe-inspiring aura, the listless eyes of Gui Gu and the others, who were clearly already on the brink of death, abruptly widened. An indescribable agitation filled their hearts. Hot tears brimmed in their eyes as they sobbed, "Divine King, you've finally awakened." Ignoring the heavy injuries on their bodies, these old men were actually crying out loud in excitement. Chapter 1647. The Awakening of a Divine King. The 3 Stars Divine Clan had been waiting for this day for a whole 100,000 years. 100,000 years was too long, far too long. The supreme demon body is indeed impressive. To actually be able to devour my overflowing demonic aura. The heavenly demon's eyes revealed boundless admiration. Looking at Tan Tan, whose entire body was shrouded in black fog, it said fiercely, "It's a pity that your current cultivation is ultimately still a little too weak, so you can't devour it on a large scale. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you, and might even die in your hands. However, victory and defeat can already be determined now. Your supreme demon body is mine." Tantan didn't say a word. His body didn't move at all, but he suddenly rose into the air. With one hand behind his back and the other hand waving in the air, a pitch-black saber that was several hundred feet long suddenly appeared and slashed down rapidly. Good move. This move is a little more decent. The heavenly demon let out a long laugh. Without dodging or evading, it rose to meet the attack head-on. A strangely shaped huge black sword appeared in its hand and met Tantan's huge saber horizontally. However, the heavenly demon could already sense from the momentum of this saber that Tantan's attack this time was definitely a world of difference from before. The force hidden in this saber strike was contained and not revealed. Even if it landed on the ground, as long as Tantan didn't want to destroy this land, not even a grain of sand would fly up. However, if Tantan deliberately wanted to exert force, then this saber strike would be enough to split the entire place into two. The saber and sword met brazenly in the air. Demonic aura and black fog rose at the same time. They spread out in all directions. Tantan drew his saber and spun it. Like a violent storm, 700 saber strikes came down. The heavenly demon's sword flew, not retreating an inch. It received every saber strike without missing anything. Be it technique or precision, both had reached an astonishing level. The battle earlier. They had fought until spatial cracks were everywhere. Its might could be said to be world-shaking. However, the battle between the two of them at this moment was like the most ordinary duels of the pugilistic world in the lower 3 heavens. At first glance, one saber and one sword looked extremely ordinary. No matter how he flipped and moved, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even the flowers and plants on the ground didn't notice their battle at all. However, the listless Gooey Goo and the others on the ground all revealed extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. That was the realm of returning to one's original state. This was already the realm of legends. Although the weapons of these two people did not seem to have any power attached to them, everyone knew that these two people were using the most precise method to flexibly use their own elemental energy. That was an almost perfect control. Not a single bit would be wasted. All the power would only explode when attacking the opponent. As long as the power did not come into contact with the opponent's body and did not cause any harm to the opponent, then the power would be completely suppressed from leaking out. Not a single detail was missed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged thousands of blows. In the realm of returning to one's true self, every move was divine, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Every move was exquisite, exquisite to the extreme. The heavenly demon's devil chi was still being emitted. Tantan's black fog was also unceasingly engulfing and expanding. A lot of the surrounding devil energy had already been assimilated by the black fog and had become Tantan's power. However, the battle between the two of them was completely different from the battle in the fog. Or rather, the result was the exact opposite. With the heavenly demon activating his cultivation at all costs and regardless of the cost. Even though Tantan's moves were exceptionally exquisite, his cultivation was ultimately inferior by quite a bit. He was already starting to slowly fall into a disadvantageous position. Gooey Goo and the others watched on with widened eyes. However, they were already too severely injured and on the verge of death. They couldn't even move at all and could only feel anxious. Actually, even if everyone was as healthy as usual, the battle before them wasn't something they could intervene in. The difference in their levels was too great. The heavenly demon was actually already secretly complaining about it right now. Ignoring his injuries, he forcibly activated his full strength with the intention of ending the battle as quickly as possible. Although he looked impressive now, he actually knew in his heart that he might not be able to hold on for too long. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. Even in the most ideal situation, he would only be able to hold on for another 15 minutes. If he still couldn't take down Tan, then he would have no choice but to retreat. Moreover, after retreating this time, his injuries would definitely relapse again and become even more serious than before. It would definitely endanger his life, spirit, and origin energy. Therefore, he had hardened his heart, and his attacks had become heavier and heavier. I must capture Tan before I reach my limit. Then, I must extract his soul. Then, I must enter the devil body and dominate this supreme body. Only then can I preserve my divine soul and primordial power. On Tan's side, he was even more anxious. Gu and the others were severely injured and their lives were in danger at every turn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were on the verge of death. If he couldn't defeat the heavenly demon as quickly as possible, these few people would really be finished. However, how could it be easy to defeat him as quickly as possible? He was already gradually falling into a disadvantageous position and was almost unable to retaliate, let alone defeat him. As for defeating him as quickly as possible, it was practically a fool's dream. After he suddenly activated his old soul earlier, his strength had undoubtedly increased tremendously. If he were to escape with just his original body, Tan could be said to have 10,000% confidence. However, if he were to leave, what would happen to Gu and the others? There would only be a Tan who would die in battle. There would definitely be no Saint Kings who would escape. Therefore, Tan could only fight with his life on the line and hope to create an impossible miracle. Right now, Tan was fighting with his life on the line. The same went for the heavenly demon. It was just that Tan wasn't aware of the heavenly demon's difficulties. Sensing that the other party's attacks were becoming more and more concentrated, and their might was becoming heavier and heavier, Tan's heart also finally sank bit by bit. Could it be that I'm going to fall here in the end? Death isn't scary, but what about those subordinates and brothers who used their lives to protect me? Right at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. From the direction of the capital, a majestic sword light that resembled a shooting star was hurtling toward them at extreme speed, bringing with it rolling wind and thunder. Before the person arrived, the majestic sword aura that filled the entire world already revealed the identity of the person who had come, the Tribulation Sword Master. In this heavenly layer world, there was absolutely no other sword expert who could reach such a level of power. In this world, there was only the Tribulation Sword Master. Only the Tribulation Sword Master. Only the Tribulation Sword. Tan became even more anxious. No matter how much Chu Yang's cultivation had improved, even though the Tribulation Sword was unparalleled in the world, its might was only at the level of Gu and the others at best. Although it was already at the peak below the heavenly demon, it still wasn't qualified enough to intervene in the battle between him and the heavenly demon. If Chu Yang forcefully intervened, he would probably really disappear from this world completely after this battle. However, judging from the momentum of Chu Yang's arrival, he was already on his way. There was no way he would stop halfway. Tan's heart heated up. He shouted, "Chu Yang, don't come over. Hurry up and leave." His heart was filled with endless regret, as if he was being fried in oil. This fool, he actually really came to court death. What a bastard, what a bastard. Chu Yang flew over on his sword and immediately saw the demonic aura and black fog rolling in front of him. Two figures seemed to be soaring through the clouds and fog as they fought fiercely. Chu Yang was naturally very familiar with Tan's figure. He recognized him at a glance. Between these two people, the one who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and was in imminent danger was his own junior martial brother. At this moment, the anger in Chu Yang's heart soared endlessly. Without even thinking, he increased his strength and flew over on his sword before he even landed on the ground. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to Tan's voice. He just used all his strength to activate his sword. Don't come over? Damn it, then what am I doing here? Watching you die. Looking at his junior martial brother's indescribably miserable appearance, Chu Yang only felt his head explode. In an instant, he lost all rationality. How dare you hurt my brother? Kill. Under such a violent rage, the heaven-piercing divine technique was activated without regard for the consequences. For the first time, it started to circulate rapidly in Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang roared and shouted, "Slaughter the world!" So what? An extremely blazing white light erupted from the calamity sword. Its brightness definitely surpassed the brightness of the sun in the sky. It completely condensed into the size of the tip of the sword. With an unbridled aura, it charged madly toward the extraterrestrial demon. So what if he slaughtered the world? For the first time, Chu Yang condensed all the force of this domineering move into a single point. Chu Yang was confident that even if the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing were to join forces, this sword of his would definitely be able to severely injure either of them. This was no longer just a simple estimation. It was Chu Yang's absolute confidence. The extraterrestrial demon was obviously so strong that it was difficult to estimate. Even Gu Yigu and many other lower-level supreme martial artists were already lying on the ground. Only Tan Tan was barely able to contend with it. Then, Tan Tan must have once again awakened the spirit of his previous life. Otherwise, there was no way he could have done this. After all, Tan Tan's previous strength wasn't that much stronger than Gu Yigu and the others. However, Chu Yang was well aware of how powerful Tan Tan's divine soul had been in his previous life. For an extraterrestrial demon to be able to completely suppress Tan Tan under such circumstances, even Chu Yang himself, who had improved, was still no match for it. Even if he joined forces with Tan Tan, it might not necessarily work. Therefore, if he wanted to resolve Tan Tan's crisis, this might be the only chance he had. All these flashed through Chu Yang's mind. He thought through everything. Therefore, Chu Yang activated all of his cultivation and emptied all of the energy in his dantian. He condensed all of his power into this sword, a sword of pure slaughter. Chu Yang didn't even dare to use other calamity sword techniques to complement it, for fear that it would reduce the pure destructive power of this sword. This sword was almost as powerful as Chu Yang's self-destruction, and it was the kind that didn't take into account the addition of the calamity sword. However, after this sword attack was launched and its power was unleashed to the maximum, Chu Yang himself would be in an awkward situation where he couldn't move at all. He wouldn't even be able to move a finger, truly at the mercy of the extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, this sword must succeed. Chapter 1648. When the heavenly demon and Tan Tan discovered Chu Yang's presence, Minister Chu charged in with the momentum of a thunderbolt. What harm was there in slaughtering the entire world? This sword was infused with boundless rage. It was a sword that had been pushed to the limit. It completely disregarded the consequences and charged straight into the battlefield where the two great experts were going to fight. Other than the sword move, he didn't even say a single unnecessary word. After a long and arduous journey, before he even landed on the ground, he launched a powerful strike, the only strike, striking with full force. This strike was even extremely casual, because both the heavenly demon and Tan Tan thought that Chu Yang should at least land on the ground and take a breather. But they didn't expect that this person actually didn't even say a word or make a sound before he started right away. Moreover, it was a strike that risked his life to the very end, a strike that would either succeed or die trying. Right at this moment, because Tan Tan suddenly saw Chu Yang, he was distracted and the heavenly demon's 3 punches and 2 kicks landed on him at the same time. Tan Tan let out a loud cry and flew backward. He turned his head desperately to look at Chu Yang, his expression anxious. Baidu search to see the latest chapter. He shouldn't have come. With a flash of his sword, Chu Yang didn't even bat an eyelid or care about the retreating Tan Tan. Just like that, he brazenly brushed past Tan Tan's side and charged over with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The two figures of the martial brothers crossed each other and separated. A sinister sneer flashed across the heavenly demon's eyes. A wave of past and old hatred welled up in his heart. When he experimented with his spirit the last time, a considerable portion of his energy had been accidentally devoured by this little guy. Otherwise, he would have recovered 20% of his cultivation by now, or even more. If he had recovered 20% of his cultivation, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand to deal with this supreme demonic body now? Why would he have to be in such a dilemma and put in such a difficult position? At this moment, this little guy actually delivered himself to his doorstep. This was what it meant to barge into hell when there was a path to heaven. Although this fellow's spirit was abnormally strong, the cultivation he displayed was at best only on par with that gooey goo. In fact, it was even slightly inferior. Although this sword seemed to have a great momentum and the sword move was swift and fierce, but even that fatty gooey goo was easily dealt with. How could he be an exception this time? You're courting death. The corners of the heavenly demon's mouth curled up in a sinister smile. His two hands, one in front and one behind, met Chu Yang's sword tip without any intention of dodging. He had to shatter his sword in one strike and kill this brat. He had to destroy his spirit and consign him to eternal damnation. He took a deep breath. ZJ's hand, even the famous divine sword of the layered heavens, could not harm him in the slightest, let alone an ant-like warrior of the layered heavens. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang and his sword crashed into the heavenly demon's palm. "Be careful," Tan Tan shouted. The sinister smile on the heavenly demon's face instantly froze. The next moment, the heavenly demon screamed in agony. ZJ's well-tempered palms were only able to block the opponent's sword for a short while, but in the next moment, it was like a piece of tofu meeting a sharp knife. With a chi sound, it was rushed over. This heavenly demon was still cruelly thinking about how to ravage the other party and had yet to react. Chu Yang let out a loud shout. So what if he slaughtered the entire world? All the condensed sword aura in this move suddenly erupted to the maximum the moment the sword tip rushed into the opponent's palm. Thousands of sword aura rushed into the heavenly demon's body almost at the same time. It invaded all the meridians in the heavenly demon's body. Motherfucker. How is this possible? This is a Shmi sword. This is a Shmi sword after all. The heavenly demon screamed wildly. He really did not expect this brat's sword to be so sharp. The heavenly demon aura in his body surged fiercely. He intended to block the other party's sword aura, but Chu Yang's momentum was unrelenting. The sword tip continued to press forward in the heavenly demon's palm. It pierced into the palm. It pierced into the forearm. It pierced into the arm. It pierced into the shoulder. The heavenly demon's bones shattered like a hot knife through butter under the tribulation sword. Chu Yang let out a fierce roar. The layered heaven's sword aura exploded. The heavenly demon aura came from all directions, intending to block. However, Chu Yang rushed into the extraterrestrial demon's body with his sword. Boom! The heavenly demon's entire left shoulder was smashed into pieces by Chu Yang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, turning into black rain. Yes, his flesh and blood were all black. The heavenly demon screamed miserably. Half of his body completely turned into nothingness. Chu Yang had actually rushed out from his body and took away a large amount of dense heavenly demon fog. Puff, puff, puff. Streams of sword aura rushed out from the heavenly demon's body and shot out. At this moment, the heavenly demon's body was like a leaky sieve. It was desperately trying to squeeze out those nearly solid cyan sword aura. This time, it was not the body formed by the heavenly demon aura that was destroyed. Instead, it was the real body of the heavenly demon that was destroyed. The heavenly demon's injuries were so serious that it was shocking to see. Such a clean and neat result was not only beyond the heavenly demon's expectations, but also beyond Tantan's expectations. This result was seriously too inconceivable, wasn't it? The two of them had been fighting for their lives here for so long and still could not do anything to the other party. Yet, this little one had attacked without any warning and instantly broke the stalemate, even severely injuring the heavenly demon. What kind of situation was this? In terms of cultivation alone, it seemed like even Tin Chu Yang's added together would not be a match for the current heavenly demon. But the heavenly demon was seriously too careless. He actually grabbed Chu Yang's sword with his bare hands. He wanted to kill Chu Yang with a single strike, like how he dealt with Gu Yigu. But the heavenly demon didn't think so. Chu Yang's sword was no ordinary sword. It was the legendary Calamity Sword. Even in the heavenly imperial court, it was definitely the #1 peerless divine sword. In fact, it was not just in the heavenly imperial court. Even if one surveyed the world and the universe, it was very difficult to find a divine sword that was stronger than this Calamity Sword, because the creator of this sword was a super mighty person who was almost above everything in the world. But then again, if it was just the Calamity Sword alone, even if the heavenly demon was careless, he definitely wouldn't be severely injured. Once the sword aura entered his body, it would be expelled by the demonic aura. At most, he would only suffer some superficial injuries and might not affect the overall situation. But other than the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang also had the Heaven Overarching Divine Technique. He unleashed the Heaven Overarching Divine Technique's cultivation to the maximum in one go. All of it turned into sword aura. Even if the heavenly demon was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand having his meridians explode like this, much less now when his cultivation was less than a tenth of it. Not to mention that the heavenly demon didn't know that Chu Yang was the Calamity Sword Master at all. Even if he was, he would still have to take this loss, because he didn't know what the words Calamity Sword Master represented at all. Tantan couldn't help but rub his eyes. He murmured, "I'm not dreaming. I must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful sword? How could there be such a terrifying sword?" Ah, the heavenly demon screamed miserably. He couldn't believe the extreme pain in his body. His eyes were wide open in shock. Finally, his right hand grabbed at Chu Yang fiercely. He screamed, "Little, how dare you? You won't have a good death." His hand grabbed at Chu Yang fiercely. Chu Yang had unleashed all the strength in his body. So, it was difficult for him to even move a finger. He could only fly forward due to the inertia. He could only look on helplessly as the heavenly demon palm came towards him at lightning speed. However, he was powerless to do anything. Tantan shouted, "Be careful." He rushed forward fiercely, but it was obviously too late. Chu Yang. Tantan's eyes opened wide, and he madly shouted. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. If it wasn't for ZJ, would Chu Yang have to do this? It was ZJ's cry for help that Chu Yang came from thousands of miles away. He didn't even take a breath and went straight into the battle. He went all out the moment he attacked. Now, he was in a situation where his life was at stake. However, ZJ wanted to save him, but he couldn't. The brother who had come to save ZJ had succeeded in saving ZJ, but ZJ had died. At this moment, Tantan almost wanted to end ZJ's life with ZJ. The regret and guilt in his heart had almost drowned his mind. Just at this critical moment, inside Chu Yang's body, there was a cold snort, and a figure suddenly rushed out of Chu Yang's body. Two withered hands firmly grabbed the heavenly demon's right hand. The figure gradually solidified. It was a withered figure with a vague face. His eyes were like that of an old farmer who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. They were full of turbidity. However, that pair of eyes stared at the heavenly demon and shouted, "Heavenly demon, don't be so savage. And me." It was the sword spirit. The sword spirit's voice was still echoing. He opened his mouth and spat out an unusually blazing flame with a puff sound. The heavenly demon screamed as if it had seen a ghost. "Ah, Nirvana flame. Damn it. Damn it. Ah, damn it." That flame rushed over. The heavenly demon's right hand, which was restrained by the sword spirit, immediately caught on fire and started to burn. However, that hand also fiercely clashed with the sword spirit's hand. Boundless demonic energy and endless destructive power also erupted at the same time. The sword spirit's cultivation grew, along with the Tribulation Sword Master's cultivation. Although it wasn't weak at the moment, it was limited by the Tribulation Sword Master's cultivation. Therefore, The sword spirit's current strength was only one level above the peak of the middle grade level. Facing the heavenly demon's all-out attack, the sword spirit couldn't bear it at the moment. The sword spirit's body trembled violently. Then, he coughed. His body, which was gradually solidifying, faded away and disappeared completely. However, the heavenly demon screamed in agony. The cultivation that he had forcibly stimulated previously was finally unable to continue at this point. But he had also suffered fatal injuries. His left hand had been destroyed by Chu Yang, and his right hand had also been burned by this guy who had inexplicably rushed out of Chu Yang's body. Furthermore, that fella's strange phoenix True Qi had once again made things worse on top of Zheng's heavy injuries, causing his injuries to become even more severe. That damn nirvana flame was still in Chu Yang's hand, and it was still burning gracefully. The flame flickered again and again, and again and again. The new and old injuries were acting up at the same time. The heavenly demon really wanted to die at this moment. More importantly, he was really about to die. Chapter 1649. Chu Yang rushed out like a whirlwind. The energy in his body had finally dissipated. He didn't even have the strength to look back. His whole body fell to the ground with a plop. He didn't move at all. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to move, but he really didn't have any strength left. He really couldn't move at all. Tan Tan finally rushed over and stood in front of Chu Yang, but he was still spitting out blood from his mouth. If the heavenly demon still wanted to go forward, Tan Tan definitely wouldn't mind risking his life to drag the heavenly demon down with him. The heavenly demon's injury was very serious. It was a complete blow. Even if it was a peak-grade supreme martial artist, it would be impossible for him to survive such a serious injury. Half of his body was completely shattered, and the remaining half was almost turned into a sieve by Chu Yang's sword energy. One hand was completely gone, and the other hand was still suffering from the merciless burning of the nirvana flame. The heavenly demon's injuries could hardly be described as severe. With such injuries, even if there were 10,000 people, there would still be 1,000 deaths. But the heavenly demon was still the heavenly demon. He was that what if? Perhaps it was because he wasn't a human, but a demon. Baidu search to see the latest chapter. First, he defeated the 7 supreme martial artists. Then, he fought a decisive battle with the 3-star Holy King and gained the upper hand. Then, he exchanged blows with the Tribulation Sword Master. Although he suffered a great loss due to his ignorance, he still made the Tribulation Sword Master unable to move. He even almost destroyed the sword spirit with one move. Such a cultivation was definitely unparalleled in the heavenly layer. If it was someone else with such an injury, they would have died many times over. But the heavenly demon was still alive and kicking. Yes, but more than half of his alive and kicking was due to pain. It was really too painful, and it was a continuous pain. The nirvana flame burned fiercely in his hand. The heavenly demon's pain was simply piercing straight into his marrow. He roared. He used his demonic energy, exhausted his cultivation, and spared no expense. But he still couldn't extinguish the life flame of the Phoenix clan. The heavenly demon wanted to cry but had no tears. But a demon was still a demon. He barely endured the pain. He used his demonic energy to form a knife. With a swoosh, he actually cut off ZJ's right hand from his forearm. It fell to the ground neatly. He even jumped twice. A viper bites the hand, and a warrior cuts the wrist. It was the same principle, but the heavenly demon's fate was even more helpless and tragic than the warrior who lost his wrist, because he was already holding a knife in his hand when he was cutting off his wrist. The nirvana flame was still burning slowly. From the looks of it, he wouldn't stop until the arm was completely burned. The heavenly demon roared and screamed, its voice almost hoarse. Even though he had the body of a heavenly demon, such an injury was too serious. Now, both of his arms were gone, one of his shoulders was gone, and half of his body was shattered. The remaining half of its body was also riddled with holes. The heavenly demon's current injuries were much more serious than when it was captured and had its cultivation destroyed. The worst thing was that the power that ZJ had forcefully mobilized had been completely exhausted and could not be used again. Currently, he was basically at the end of his rope. At this moment, the heavenly demon's only thought was to escape. Only by surviving would there be a future. He tried his best to activate the remaining bits of devil chi. It covered half of his body. He tried his best to recover ZJ's injuries, even though the effect was minimal. But it was better than nothing. He glared at Tan Tan hatefully. Under the intense pain, the heavenly demon howled like a wolf. "Little one, I will take over your devil body sooner or later." "Oh, it hurts so much. Damn it, damn it." His voice was still echoing as he turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast. With one fluttering and two fluttering, he was already hundreds of feet away. He had to go back as soon as possible and find the Dharma Supreme to replenish his spirit. If he didn't replenish his nutrients, ZJ would really die here. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn today. At this moment, Tan Tan was also at the end of his rope. He no longer had the strength to pursue and attack. He could only watch as the heavily injured heavenly demon left. The strong enemy was finally gone. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he sat on Chu Yang. Minister Chu, who was limp all over and couldn't exert any strength, instantly cried out in pain from being sat on. He was like a pig being slaughtered. He was actually sitting on his ribs. He hissed and sucked in cold air. "If you don't stand up, I will punish you on behalf of my teacher." Hiss. Tan Tan moved his but comfortably, causing Chu Yang to scream again. He then said lazily, "You have to wait until I go back. When your junior brother comes out, you can tell him." "It's useless to tell me. I'm not your junior brother. I'm also provoking you so that you can stand up sooner. My subordinates still need your heavy pills to save them. Why aren't you standing up yet? Is it very comfortable for me to sit on you? If it's comfortable, then it's okay to stay a little longer." Fuck. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. "If it was you, I wouldn't have come over. You deserve to be beaten to death." Tan Tan snorted. He raised his head and said, "That's because you're meddling in other people's business. Who cares?" The two people who were stubborn with their words and refused to let Chu Yang off began to laugh. Actually, both of them were well aware of the situation. Chu Yang definitely didn't make a move because of a misunderstanding. He saw it more clearly than anyone else. However, he still chose to make a move. Furthermore, he made a move that left no room for leeway. Tan Tan, or rather, 3-star Saint King, was the same. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Chu Yang, even at the cost of his life and soul. However, both of them wouldn't say it out loud. It was fine as long as they knew it in their hearts. If they said it out loud, the taste of gratitude would be too obvious. It would be too boring. That would make both of them feel uncomfortable. After a short while, Chu Yang flipped Tan Tan off from Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was only momentarily exhausted and didn't actually suffer any injuries. After a short while, he recovered. Although his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, it wasn't a problem for him to move freely. This time, he flipped over and kicked out. A certain Saint King was instantly kicked 7 or 8 times. Ignoring the certain Saint King's angry glare, he started to search Chu Yang's body. He first took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill and swallowed it. "I don't have any pills. Guigu's injuries are the most serious." "You!" Tan Tan shouted. "Shut up," Chu Yang said fiercely and angrily. "I have eyes. I can see. I don't need you to run your mouth. Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Do you think you're so great just because you're a Saint King?" Tan Tan grinned and glared fiercely at Chu Yang. He scolded, "When I can move again, I'll let you have a taste of my power." However, a hint of a smile secretly flashed across the depths of his eyes. Tan Tan, this senior brother of the Tribulation Swordmaster, seemed to be really not bad this time. Chu Yang had really bled a lot. The lives of Guigu and the others were hanging by a thread. If they had used the heavy pills, they really wouldn't have been able to be saved. The other 4 were still fine. They could recover a little with the incomplete version of the heavy pills. At the very least, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, Gu and that elder who had fought the most fiercely had almost all their internal organs smashed. If they didn't use the complete version of the heavy pills, they would really die. Chu Yang sighed painfully as he took out several heavy pills. He also cursed Tan Tan under his breath. Bastard! Why do you always have to be like this? When that little Tan Tan comes back, you'll have to manipulate him properly. It won't be over if you don't show him 100 different tricks. Tan Tan sat at the side. At the start, he was just smiling in relief. Then, he swayed violently and fell down with a thud. He lost all consciousness. The Saint King's soul still hadn't fully awakened. Forcefully awakening it had ultimately resulted in a backlash. This time, he had gone through such a fierce battle. Now that the backlash had come, the damage was even greater. Now that the enemy was gone, the problem was solved, and his subordinates were saved. His wish was fulfilled. His mind relaxed, and he immediately fell into a coma. Chu Yang snorted and went over to take a look. When he realized that he was in danger, he kicked him to one side. When he woke up this time, it should be Tan Tan again, right? This bastard. I'm really scared to death this time. What the hell are you doing? Although Gu and the others were recuperating, when they saw Chu Yang kick the Saint King, they still couldn't help but glare at him furiously. This bastard, even if he's the Saint King's senior brother, he's still a little too rude. How can he kick the Saint King? Chu Yang was depressed. I've just saved your lives. I'm your collective savior. How dare you glare at me? This bunch of ingrates. On the other side, the heavenly demon roared as he fled. The speed at which he fled was extremely fast. Along the way, no less than hundreds of people fell to the ground, and their souls were all devoured by him. But to the heavenly demon, this little bit of spiritual energy was like a drop in the bucket. It was like a drop in the ocean. It was of no use at all. The heavenly demon was both depressed and scared. ZJ's spirit was dissipating continuously, and his cultivation also seemed to be gradually collapsing. Moreover, he was still a distance away from the Dharma Supreme. Could ZJ hold on? If he were to replenish the spirit energy of an expert right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel helpless. In front of him, there was another handsome junior scholar and a young lady slowly approaching. The heavenly demon followed the principle of, if it's possible to have sex, so he didn't even bother to check on the other party and immediately attacked without hesitation. He bit down at once. No matter how small this grasshopper was, it was still meat. He thought that it would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, the junior scholar raised his head abruptly, smiled strangely, and said, "Huh? It's actually the heavenly demon?" The heavenly demon was stunned. As the other party spoke, he waved his hand and a colorless and odorless mist suddenly spread out. Then, with a swoosh, the sword was swift and ruthless. Invisible poison? The heavenly demon shouted. This time, he was really going to cry. How could a random person he met use such a move like invisible poison? If it was in the past, the heavenly demon wouldn't care about this at all. It wouldn't even touch him. But now, there was nothing he could do. He was actually attacked head-on, especially when he was biting someone with his mouth open and this invisible poison was sucked into his mouth. This could be said to be extremely tragic. Chapter 1650. At this moment, the heavenly demon's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, all came one after another. What a loss! If his hands hadn't been chopped off, if he hadn't, the heavenly demon truly wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The young man didn't hesitate and attacked again. Sword light flashed as if he was facing a great enemy. Another peak-grade supreme martial artist. The heavenly demon let out a blood-curdling shriek as he was stabbed twice more. His soul almost left his body as he howled and fled. Full character hand strike. This old man was not only an expert in using poison. Furthermore, he was a peak low-grade supreme martial artist. Damn. Why are there so many legendary experts in the Chongtian continent? The heavenly demon, who was at the end of his rope, did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately changed directions and chose to break out from the direction of the little girl. Let's run first. We'll talk about it when we get back. This time, the heavenly demon didn't even dare to think about attacking this little girl. Baidu search, see the latest chapter. Besides, isn't this young lady already a peak low-grade supreme being? As long as they could leave this place as soon as possible, it would be thanks to the blessings of the devil sect. This place was simply too dangerous. This Chongtian continent was really too strange. Once you meet someone, you can't afford to offend them. Normally, you wouldn't even see these people. However, once Zhang Tian was injured, they would appear one after another. What kind of world was this? Just as the heavenly demon's body was about to move, the beautiful little girl Urun raised her head and gave him a pure smile. What a beautiful smile! Although the heavenly demon was a ferocious and evil person, he was almost mesmerized by this smile at this moment. Too pure, too flawless, too cute. Then, the little girl waved at ZJ with her fair hand. It was as if two white orchids had bloomed in front of ZJ. The sky demon was stunned for a moment and felt an indescribable pain in its body. It screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Oh God! What the hell? Innate poison. I. In the end, he couldn't even speak properly. He kept muttering, tap, 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 like the rhythm of a healthy horse trotting on flat ground. If there was someone who was proficient in music by the side, they would almost think that this guy was playing a horse-riding dance. Formless poison was one thing, but innate poison was a terrifying thing that even heavenly demons could not withstand. That senior scholar's first move was to use an invisible poison. It was already abnormal enough. Who would have thought that such an innocent and pure little girl would be even more terrifying, even more terrifying? It was even more vicious. He didn't even greet him. Innate poison was used as soon as he attacked. He was truly unlucky. This time, the heavenly demon really cried. Over there, he had lost both of his hands due to a series of battles. Here, he had been poisoned by an invisible poison. Then, he was poisoned by an innate poison. Who did I offend? The heavenly demon once again turned into black smoke and rolled away. With his life nearing its end, the heavenly demon's only thought now was to escape. Wu Jueqing and Chu Lu chased after him. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that the heavenly demon was really too fast. They wouldn't be able to catch up even if they tired themselves to death. At this moment, the heavenly demon's speed of escape was simply appalling and unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. It was such a godly speed. He was indeed a demon who brought calamity to the world. Seeing the heavenly demon fleeing for his life, Chu Lu frowned in confusion. Teacher, this is the legendary heavenly demon? That demon who brought calamity to the world? Wu Jueqing was thinking about something. He said casually, yes, this is the legendary heavenly demon. Chu Lu tilted her head. But this is the power of the so-called demon who brought calamity to the world? It's too weak. Nothing has happened yet, and he's already running away crying. If he didn't run away, I would have been able to take care of him. I think he's just running at an exaggerated speed. He doesn't have anything more impressive. What a waste of such a big name. Wu Jueqing was stunned. What was that? An heavenly demon. Such a terrifying existence was actually described as too weak by the great teacher's disciple. It's such a waste of the big boss's reputation. This was really a little ironic. Little girl, you don't know any better. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Jueqing thought for a while and recalled the fleeting battle just now. He said slowly, lass, you're still too inexperienced. How can the heavenly demon be as weak as you described? Of course, I believe you when you say that you can take care of him in his current state. Because this heavenly demon must have suffered fatal injuries, or even life-threatening injuries. That's why he's so weak. Also, did you notice that the heavenly demon's hands are also injured? That's why when he attacked me, he could only use his mouth to bite me. Although it was only a short battle just now, according to my judgment, this heavenly demon's true strength is definitely above the peak of supreme martial artist level, even exceeding the limits of the heaven and earth. If his injuries weren't so severe, the two of us, master and disciple, would most likely have met with misfortune today. Chu Lu naturally did not doubt Master Zijie's judgment. She wrinkled her delicate nose and said, "But this fellow is really a weirdo. He obviously lost both his hands because of his sex, yet he still dares to provoke us. The most interesting thing is that he actually opened his mouth to deal with Master's invisible poison. This is really too fun." Hearing how interesting his disciples' words were, Wu Jueqing couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he still couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Even though Wu Jueqing sounded very serious when he spoke to Chu Lu, he was, in fact, trying his best to downplay the heavenly demon's strength. Wu Jueqing had tens of thousands of years of experience. How could he not see the limits of the heavenly demon? Such a demon was really frightening and frightening. It was just that if he said these words to his disciple now, it would be a blow to her confidence. So he still held back. It was just that after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how such a terrifying fellow could end up in such a state. Wasn't he a little too pitiful? Who was it that was so awesome that they could actually beat the insufferably arrogant heavenly demon to such an extent? He was practically crippled, and smashed into pieces. This was really too admirable. How could there be such a godly person in this heavenly realm? Let's take a few more steps forward. Perhaps the heavenly demon was injured in front. If there's a chance, it's more important to meet those mighty experts who defeated the heavenly demon. Wu Jueqing's eyes were filled with intense interest. The reason why he used those was because the heavenly demon was really too powerful. It was definitely not something a single person could deal with, let alone cripple it to such a state. Okay, Chu Lu nodded hurriedly. The little girl was naturally very interested in the demon slayer hero. The master and disciple quickened their pace. Like two gusts of wind, they quickly disappeared from the main road. The battlefield was a complete mess. At the beginning, the chaos created by Tan and the others covered an area of 10,000 feet. It was like a huge pit. Although Chu Yang and the others had all taken elixirs, they could only barely move. The injuries they had suffered this time were too severe. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to recover their strength and recuperate. Of the 7 people from the 3 Stars Divine Clan, one of them was covered in injuries. There was also Tan, who was unconscious. In the battle against the heavenly demon, everyone who participated in the battle had paid a huge price. This was especially the case for Gu Igu and the other elder. Although the two of them were able to preserve their lives with the help of the complete version of the heavy pill, and the injuries on their physical bodies were also gradually recovering and full recovery was within sight. The demonic aura that tainted their bodies couldn't be dispelled. Once the heavenly demon demonic aura came into contact with one's body, it could be said that it was incredibly troublesome. Those whose cultivation wasn't high enough, and whose determination wasn't strong enough wouldn't be far from becoming a demon. Even someone like Gu Igu, who had a high cultivation, would be constantly disturbed by the heavenly demon demonic aura. The moment one's state of mind became unstable, there was still the danger of being demonized. Regarding this, even Chu Yang was helpless. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Chu Yang couldn't do anything about the heavenly demon demonic aura, but that didn't mean that there were other people who could. For example, Tan, the 3 Stars Divine King. Tan himself had a supreme demonic body, which belonged to the ultimate demonic body. The heavenly demon demonic aura was extremely troublesome to ordinary people, but to Tan, it was a very nutritious tonic. Therefore, as long as Tan woke up and used the secret technique to absorb it, everything would be fine. Everyone sat cross-legged and circulated their energy, seizing every second to recover their strength. Right now, they were in the wilderness, which was considered a remote area. Everyone was also in an unprecedented period of absolute weakness. If before they recovered their strength, an expert from the law enforcement team passed by here, then it would really be effortless for them to wipe out the Tribulation Sword Master and the 3 Stars Divine Clan. If they were to be so lucky, everyone would definitely die with everlasting regrets. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. Among them, Chu Yang was in the best condition right now. Apart from concentrating on circulating his energy to recover his internal energy, he also deliberately released his divine senses to keep an eye on the surroundings, protecting everyone and preventing any accidents from happening. However, this thing was really very strange. Just as the old saying went, the good things didn't come true, but the bad things did. Just as everyone was on tenterhooks and desperately recovering their strength, a burst of wind-breaking sound rang out. A black figure rushed over rapidly from afar, as fast as the wind. A person with his hands behind his back, his long hair hanging loosely on both sides, came over. He was neither fast nor slow, leisurely and carefree. This person was the Dharma Supreme, who had returned from the capital. Previously, when the Dharma Supreme discovered that Ghost Sword and Devil Blade had broken the demonic seal before they died, he would rather die than let them off easily. Since the matter had already been done, there was no need for him to rush over. Instead, he chose to return directly. As he walked, he pondered over the matter. It was only when he discovered that dust had filled the sky that he came over to take a look at the situation. Of course, what really attracted him was that there was actually a faint aura of the heavenly demon here. This made the Dharma Supreme very surprised. Shit, people actually fought with this demon to this extent? They actually weren't killed? The Dharma Supreme was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang's divine senses could be said to be unparalleled in the world, at least among those below the heavenly layer. Naturally, he also sensed that somewhat familiar strong aura. He couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile with some despair. This time, it was really over. Chapter 1651. For a moment, Chu Yang didn't know what to feel. He sighed inwardly. How fucking unlucky. The one who came was actually the Dharma Supreme, the person he was most wary of and most afraid of meeting now. What should he do? With the help of the incomplete version of the heavy pill that he had consumed earlier, his originally completely dried-up Dantian had recovered a certain amount of energy. However, it was only less than half of what it was at its peak. This was a small drawback that came with a huge improvement in cultivation. Previously, as long as he swallowed the incomplete version of the heavy pill, his cultivation and energy would be instantly restored. And the condition of those 4 elders with lighter injuries seemed to be far worse than his. As for Guigu and the other elder, although they had consumed the complete version of the heavy pill, their previous injuries were really too severe. At present, they had only managed to preserve their lives and were far from recovering. Not to mention, there was still the disturbance of the demonic aura. Their battle prowess was basically negligible. The strength that he had recovered now was more than enough to deal with ordinary experts. Even if it was against an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, he was confident that he could win. In fact, he might even be able to contend with an ordinary 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. But if it was to deal with a super expert like the Dharma Supreme, who was even more powerful than a peak-grade supreme martial artist, they were completely and truly unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were unable to withstand a single blow. However, to say that they were definitely not his match and that their chances of victory were slim was appropriate. If they were really discovered by the Dharma Supreme, then there would be no way for them to escape. Even if Chu Yang could barely escape, the others would definitely be dead. Especially Tan, who was currently in the state of a living dead. However, the Dharma Supreme was currently heading straight in this direction. How could he not discover them? Chu Yang was burning with worry. For the first time, he actually felt that he was lucky. He hoped that a miracle would happen. He prayed in his heart. If a ghost were to appear at this time, feeling the scorching sun in the sky, Minister Chu sighed helplessly. Even if there were ghosts, it seemed like they wouldn't be willing to come out in this kind of weather. The speed of the Dharma Supreme's advance was extremely fast. Although it looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, in fact, he was shrinking the ground and covering 1,000 miles with each step. In just a short while, he had already come close to where they were. As if he had sensed something, the Dharma Supreme suddenly increased his speed again. The next moment, the Dharma Supreme had already flown to the sky above this huge pit. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Then, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as if a huge meat pie had fallen from the sky and landed on his hungry head. What a pleasant surprise! In that instant, even the Dharma Supreme couldn't help but find it hard to believe his own eyes. After taking a closer look, he finally confirmed that all of them were acquaintances. Moreover, they were all great enemies that he had spent a great deal of effort to eliminate. The most amazing thing was that these formidable enemies were all greatly weakened. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would be able to take them down easily. To be able to get rid of so many of them in one go, wouldn't it be a great joy? The heavens are really helping me. Pleased with himself, the Dharma Supreme could not help but throw his head back and roar with laughter. Ha ha ha! The wonders of the world. Sure enough, there were all kinds of strange things. If the will of the heavens does not belong to me, why would it send such a great gift to me? Guigu and the others' divine senses were far inferior to Chu Yang's. Moreover, they had yet to recover from their serious injuries, so it was only now that they realized that someone had arrived. Everyone was shocked to see that it was actually the Dharma Supreme who had arrived. They almost lost their breath. Chu Yang sighed. Although he was far from replying, he still stood up and said with a smile, "Lord Dharma Supreme, it's been a long time. I wonder if it would be embarrassing for you to still call you Lord Dharma Supreme? Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call you Heavenly Demon Lord?" The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back. He floated into the huge pit and said with a faint smile, "I have always been lenient towards people who are about to die. Even if I let you have some advantage in words, will you be able to turn the situation around?" Chu Yang said, "Oh? Is Lord Dharma Supreme really so confident? Legend Tribulation has stood tall for 10,000 years. Does Lord Dharma Supreme think that you will be an exception?" The Dharma Supreme smiled gently and said, "In front of me, Tribulation Sword Master, don't think of delaying any longer. Legend Tribulation? The legend has come to an end. Today is the last chapter. Be prepared." Before he finished speaking, almost without warning, he flew out and attacked Chu Yang violently. The moment he attacked, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. A long delay was fraught with problems. Chu Yang understood this, so he tried his best to stall for time. The Dharma Supreme had lived for tens of thousands of years longer than him, so he naturally understood this even more. No matter if there were reinforcements, killing this Tribulation Sword Master first was the most correct choice. The only enemies that were of no threat to him were always the dead. As long as he got rid of the Tribulation Sword Master, the so-called legend would be destroyed. Once a legend fell, everything would be easy. Chu Yang let out a long howl, turned his head and shouted, "Kill him. We can settle this once we reach the heavens." He looked as if there was still an ambush and victory was within his grasp. The Dharma Supreme, however, did not even turn his head. He was already in the air above Chu Yang, hundreds of punches and kicks raining down like a torrential waterfall. "You dare to play tricks in front of me? Lord Swordmaster, you are really too childish. Your cheap tricks are all leftovers of mine." As Chu Yang spoke, the Tribulation Sword was already in his hand. His left hand silently took out the last complete version of the heavy pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't want to use the last complete version of the heavy pill, at least not here. But now, he had no choice but to use it. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't block the Dharma Supreme's attack. Only when he was at his peak state would he have a chance to deal with the Dharma Supreme. The Tribulation Sword suddenly let out a sharp whistle, and the sword tip unleashed 4 moves at the same time. A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. A gathering of wind and clouds will become the emperor. These 4 moves were unleashed like a volcanic eruption. The Dharma Supreme's body floated in the air, his punches and kicks like the wind, completely suppressing the opponent with his strength. He attacked from a distance wildly. He definitely didn't give Chu Yang's Tribulation Sword a chance to get close to him. He kept hitting the sword light with his punches and kicks that were as heavy as mountains. The continuous heavy attacks were completed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang let out a muffled groan, spitting out blood as he retreated. He somersaulted a few times, his face pale. The heavy pill in his mouth was swallowed with a gulp. A surge of pure medicinal power instantly spread. But the Dharma Supreme was already chasing closely. Lord Swordmaster, what a pure tribulation sword technique. Compared to Junlai back then, it's probably much better. But you seem to have forgotten who I am. Others may not understand the tribulation sword technique, but that definitely doesn't include me. Back then, I had more than once sparred with the tribulation sword technique. In terms of familiarity with the tribulation sword technique, I'm probably more familiar with it than you are. The Dharma Supreme's voice had a faint but distant and desolate nostalgia, but his mouth was laughing mournfully. Die. The Dharma Supreme struck again, and his power seemed to be even stronger than before. Moreover, although the previous attack was swift and fierce, it still belonged to the category of heavenly-level martial techniques. This time, the palm strike in the air actually brought out an unusually thick black fog, as if it was a giant axe that could split the heavens. It chopped towards Chu Yang, ferocious and terrifying. He sighed lightly. I really didn't expect the legendary Tribulation Sword Master to actually die in my hands. The meaning of this sentence was somewhat profound. Whoever killed the Tribulation Sword Master was a big deal, but it wasn't something too strange. Only if the Tribulation Sword Master died in the hands of the previous Tribulation would it really make one speechless. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang, who was still spurting blood and should have been completely immobile, suddenly leaped up, sword light flashing. The sword light was tenacious and dense, with a strong rebounding force, its power even stronger than before. The Dharma Supreme was taken aback for a moment, but immediately understood. He said, I almost forgot that the Tribulation Sword Master has another unique treasure other than the Tribulation Sword, the heavy pill. To recover so quickly, you must have consumed the most complete version, right? I wonder how many more heavy pills you can consume? How many waves of attacks can you withstand? Chu Yang didn't say anything, desperately performing the Tribulation Sword technique, hoping to hold on for as long as possible. He knew that this could be said to be the most dangerous moment since his rebirth. Even if he said one more word, he was afraid that it would deplete his energy. Why would he reply? It was absolutely courting death to argue with the former Tribulation transcending stage think tank. Chu Yang had already tried once. He definitely wouldn't try a second time. What a good sword technique. The Dharma Supreme laughed. As he attacked, he slowly recited, Iron walls and bronze walls are never at rest. What more can one ask for in life? Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, there will be no worries. Good sword technique. At this time, using these few moves is the most suitable. These 4 lines were the names of the Tribulation Sword technique, the moves that Chu Yang was using now. These few moves were a complete defense. The defense was impenetrable and impenetrable. The Dharma Supreme spun and instantly turned into thousands of shadows, surrounding Chu Yang 50 feet away. The thousands of shadows moved as one, attacking wildly with their palms at the same time. It was as if countless monstrous waves had suddenly been set off in the sea, converging from all directions and besieging the already tottering little boat in the middle. The Dharma Supreme knew that once the 4 strongest defensive moves of the Tribulation Sword technique were used, if it was just a single point of attack, and if it wasn't more than 10 times the strength of the opponent, it was impossible to break through. The past Tribulation Sword Masters had used this move to kill countless strong enemies. Because if the enemy couldn't take it down after attacking for a long time, it was inevitable that they would lose their cool. Most of them would choose to engage in close combat. But once they got close, what defense in the world could withstand the sharpness of the Tribulation Sword? Therefore, although this move seemed to be passive defense, it actually contained an extremely secretive strategy to lure the enemy. It was used to defend and counterattack, turning defeat into victory. It could be said to be the best choice. More often than not, some of the more powerful enemies would fall here. As one of the previous tribulations, the Dharma Supreme was also the most important think tank. How could he not know this? Chapter 1652. Of course, it wasn't that the Dharma Supreme didn't want to take action, but Wu Jueqing's aura never relaxed. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. The current Wu Jueqing was definitely a volcano on the verge of erupting. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Brother Wu, why do you think there is a traitor in this world?" Wu Jueqing sneered. "What's so strange about this? Bastards who are born will usually become traitors." Wrong. The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly and said, "There has never been anyone who wants to betray willingly. You don't understand." He laughed bleakly. "Someone like you who comes from a big family won't understand at all." Wu Jueqing sneered. "Is that so? Are you saying that there is still reason for betraying one's own brother? You actually have the cheek to speak so eloquently? I'd like to hear what you have to say." Chu Le took the opportunity to use her energy to wrap around Chu Yang and the others, hiding far away at the side. At least, she ensured that Wu Jueqing didn't have to be distracted by other matters. The Dharma Supreme laughed, not taking Chu Le's actions to heart. He said, "Brother Wu, if I say that I didn't betray back then, what will you do?" Wu Jueqing sneered. "You didn't betray? Could it be that I betrayed back then? Or is it that the meaning of betrayal is the opposite of what you know?" The Dharma Supreme didn't take Wu Jueqing's words to heart. He only looked back at where Chu Yang was with some pity. He smiled bitterly and said, "The opportunity is gone. If we can't kill the Tribulation Sword Master today, I'm afraid our lives will be difficult." Wu Jueqing snorted. "Brother Wu, we all have the same experience and have experienced the same betrayal. Why are you still so protective of him today?" The Dharma Supreme asked curiously, "Could it be that you still have some fantasies about the Tribulation Sword Master?" Wu Jueqing said, "You don't have to worry about this. You've been rambling for so long. Now you're trying to sow discord between us. You still haven't given up and refuse to answer my question directly. What is your intention? You know what I care about the most. You sneak attacked me and plotted against me. I can settle the score with you later. But this time, how did your brother offend you again? Bastard, explain it to me." The Dharma Supreme smiled and said, "Brother Wu, I also know that it is very difficult for me to explain this matter clearly, and even more difficult for the world to acknowledge. Moreover, I don't understand why Brother Wu would care so much about this matter. But this matter has been pressing down on my heart for tens of thousands of years." He had really held it in for a long time. "Since Brother Wu is so interested, there's no harm in me talking about it. Once I talk about it, Brother Wu will be able to clear up your doubts. Go on. I'm listening." Wu Jueqing's face was still as calm as water, his murderous intent not reduced in the slightest. His gaze was locked onto the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said, "Let's not talk about how Junlai, the master of the Calamity Sword, treated us then. Just my other 8 brothers, they are definitely the people of my life. My most important brother, if I have a choice, as long as I can meet him again, what is this life worth?" The brotherhood of the past. Even after tens of thousands of years, he would still be filled with emotions when he thought about it. Just like yesterday, I, Diwu Chochong, am not a heartless person. When Brother Tribulation united the world, almost all the plans came from me. If I really had second thoughts, I believe that Brother Tribulation would not have made it to the end. I wonder if Brother Wu agrees with this? Wu Jueqing said, "Yes, when Tribulation became sworn brothers, there are 3 people who are the most important. The first is naturally the master of the Calamity Sword. The second is the think tank, and the third is Brother Tribulation's number 1 person other than the master of the Calamity Sword." After the world was at peace, Junlai schemed and planned to use all of us brothers to mend the world and achieve his great cause. Back then, I thought that no matter who among us brothers made it out in the end, as long as he made it out, it would be a victory. However, if I made it out, the effect might be greater. Because I am resourceful, I have plans, I am related to the big picture, and most importantly, I am calm enough. The Dharma Supreme said, "If only one of us brothers can survive, then it is most beneficial for me to make it out alive." Does Brother Wu agree with this? Wu Jueqing nodded again. "Yes. Throughout the generations, The think tanks of tribulation have always been the wisest of the generation. In terms of destructive power, they might not be below the master of the calamity sword. Therefore, back then, I finally decided to use the power of the spirits of my brothers to fight with all my might. The result was that I made it out alive and have been struggling at death's door until today. The Dharma Supreme smiled sadly. Logically speaking, it is indeed best for me to make it out alive. In any case, it should be me alive to create the greatest value. However, in terms of friendship, what right do I have? Why should I be the one to make it out alive? The spirits of the other brothers have all been destroyed. Shouldn't the others be alive? What kind of logic is this? For more than 10,000 years, my primordial spirit had been drifting in the wilderness, unable to do anything. Every day, I was thinking of my brothers. In the beginning, I was still trying to convince myself, using all kinds of reasons to convince myself. However, it is easy to deceive others, but difficult to deceive oneself. People are the most difficult to deceive themselves. A guilty conscience is a guilty conscience. No reason can justify this. In the end, I understood one thing that I should have understood long ago, but still couldn't. Between brothers, it is the spirit of brotherhood to live and die together. Even if we die together because of some conspiracy, we can live without regrets. But when everyone is dead, only you are still alive. Furthermore, you are using the mental energy of your brothers before they died to survive. This kind of guilt, this kind of torment, do you understand? It turns out that the last person alive is actually the one who suffers the most. The Dharma Supreme spoke with his hands behind his back, his voice exceptionally calm. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath, only to feel bitterness in his mouth. I don't understand? How can I not understand? Didn't I go through this process back then? At most, I just lacked a link compared to you. With guilt and torment, I began to analyze myself again. I made it out alive. In the situation back then, was I selfish at all? The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly and said, after overturning myself countless times, I gradually realized and confirmed that I was selfish. Back then, when I was about to die, I really did have the thought of I want to live on. Then, I felt even more guilty, even more unbearable. Troubled by guilt, I couldn't live with myself. There were even many times when I thought of self-destructing my primordial soul and ending it all with my death. However, it was my brothers who exchanged all of their divine souls for my survival. How could I die so casually? Hence, I had a new idea. As long as I could get my body again, no matter what, I could do something for my brothers' families. Do a lot of things. No matter what, I would do it to make it up to them. But when I got my body back and cultivated to the point where I could control it, I discovered that my brothers' clans were all gone. Not even a single descendant could be found. Because time doesn't stop. Too much time has passed. And the most ironic thing was that the Diwu clan that I established was the only one left at that time. And it was one of the big clans at that time. However, it was also under attack by tribulation and was in imminent danger. It could be destroyed at any time. Firstly, at that time, I was only at the initial stage of controlling my body. My divine soul wasn't really in perfect harmony with my body, so I couldn't unleash very strong abilities. Secondly, it was also because of my mentality. My brother's descendants were all gone, but my descendants were still around. Why? I've already let them down. I was the only one who survived by using the power of their divine souls. Why should only my descendants continue to exist? Hence, I didn't participate in the battle back then. I watched as the Diwu clan gradually declined. I only said one sentence to Zhuge, one of the tribulations at that time. It was because of this sentence that the Diwu clan avoided the crisis of complete destruction and became a vassal of the Zhuge clan. Then, I began my 10,000-year-long career as the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. During those years when my soul was wandering, there wasn't a moment when I didn't want to do something for my brothers. But in reality, I realized that there was actually nothing I could do. Since that was the case, why did I come out at that time? Every moment I enjoyed a high position and power, I felt even more sorry for my brothers. My brothers risked their lives just to let me enjoy a high position and power here? The Dharma Supreme sighed. Wu Jueqing said angrily, since you feel sorry, then you can live in seclusion and not be the Dharma Supreme, okay? You didn't even make this choice, and you still refuse to admit that you were blinded by greed and betrayed them? The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Blinded by greed? Betrayed them? After a long time, I felt more and more guilty. Finally, I started to think of not being the Dharma Supreme, so that I wouldn't have to suffer so much inner torment. Wu Jueqing said, yes, you shouldn't be the Dharma Supreme. But, anyway, I've already let them down for so many years. If I give up now, not only will I have endured so many years of guilt for nothing, I'll also lose my high position and power? The Dharma Supreme sighed. You bastard! Wu Jueqing was speechless. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that there would be such a strange turn of events. It was really like what he said. The desire for power could really erode people's hearts. Even Tribulation's think tank was no exception. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. I also know that my way of doing things is very bastardly. Even thinking about it, I shouldn't have done it. But there are actually only 3 reasons. Firstly, I've already broken the jar. Secondly, the erosion of power and influence, the gradual change in my mentality. Thirdly, they're already dead. And they've already been dead for tens of thousands of years. This is already an established fact. What's the use of persisting? What's the point? So much so that I continued to walk down this path step by step. In the end, it's too late to turn back. Finally, the Dharma Supreme was about to reach his limit. The most heinous person in the heavenly layer, and also the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer. I've poured more effort into this person. Although most people don't like him, and I don't like him either, the twists and turns of his life are almost a history of the evolution of good and evil. Chapter 1653. The Dharma Supreme was in a daze for a moment before he said, You're not the only one who finds it unbelievable. Even I myself find it unbelievable. But this matter, or rather, the change in my entire person, has really happened. After tens of thousands of years of subtle influence, I actually have no way of turning back. Or perhaps I'm already unwilling to turn back and no longer wish to. Have I changed? Or has this world changed? When all my efforts have failed to bring about the beauty of my desire, when all my struggles have become empty talk, when all my brothers of life and death have become nothing, when I turn back, all I see is hatred. I've changed. I just want to take revenge on everyone in the world. On what basis? We've created peace and prosperity, yet the people who created it don't have a good ending? On what basis can some mediocre people enjoy the fruits of our hard work? On what basis do we have to be so miserable? On what basis do we have to mend the heavens? On what basis? What do we owe them? What should we owe them? If my brothers back then only wanted to be free and unfettered in the martial world, which one of them couldn't do it? Which one of them is worse than the others? All my painstaking efforts, all my loyalty, have become a joke. All my hard work has gone to the benefit of others. I've changed. I've changed and am no longer who I used to be. From the first time I killed someone for power, and a good person at that, I've continued on this path. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Later on, I gave up on myself. In order to harmonize my spirit, I cultivated demonic techniques, and it got even more out of hand. Now, I've even gotten in touch with the extraterrestrial demons, and even I myself have become a half-demon. I've completely sunk deep into the mud. A single slip leads to everlasting sorrow, and when I look back, 100 years have passed. I've not only lived for 100 years, I've lived for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. This is my current state of mind. What loyalty? What right do I have to say these 2 words? The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. These 2 words have long been cut off from me. My brothers are all dead. Even if I'm loyal to them, who should I talk to? To other people in this world? Are they even worthy? But Wu Jueqing said furiously, but those brothers of yours didn't die at all. At least they didn't die under your so-called conspiracy. This sentence that came out of Wu Jueqing's mouth was like a sudden storm, earth-shattering. Not dead? My brother is not dead? The Dharma Supreme was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stared blankly like a wooden chicken. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It landed squarely on his head. If Wu Jueqing could strike at this moment, he would definitely be able to attack a completely defenseless Dharma sovereign. Killing him with a single strike was definitely not an extravagant hope. The Dharma Supreme raised his head abruptly and took a step forward. He stared at Wu Jueqing with a burning gaze. His originally calm voice became abnormally anxious. What did you say? What did you just say? Say it again and make it clear. Wu Jueqing looked at him pitifully and said, I said, those brothers of yours actually didn't die? Not dead, the Dharma Supreme mumbled, as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't help but stagger back a step. He knew that no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Wu Jueqing to lie to him about this matter. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. This time, he was truly absent-minded. Even his eyes were empty. He lost control again. If Wu Jueqing were to strike, he could still take down the Dharma Supreme instantly. A wise man could actually lose his mind multiple times in a short conversation. Such a situation was really extremely rare. But Wu Jueqing still didn't strike, because he and the Dharma Supreme had almost the same experience. At such a time, how could he strike? He could only sigh in his heart. Then where are they? The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath, and his gaze became unusually sharp. Back then, the Tribulation Sword Master, your boss, or rather my boss, perhaps only he himself had truly perished. He used the complete collapse of his body and spirit to open up a passage for the brothers, so that the brothers could go to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons. Wu Jueqing sighed and said, the process of the matter was like this. He recounted everything that Chu Yang had told him in detail. Wu Jueqing had always believed that the Dharma Supreme had the right to know this secret. Therefore, even though the enmity between them was as deep as the ocean, Wu Jueqing had always insisted that even if he wanted to kill the Dharma Supreme, it must be after he had told him this. The Dharma Supreme didn't speak throughout Wu Jueqing's narration. He listened quietly, his expression still calm, except for the occasional spasm of his facial muscles. It was an involuntary spasm that would break out from time to time. When Wu Jueqing said the words "send my brothers to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons," the expression on the Dharma Supreme's face became indescribably complicated. He wanted to cry, to laugh, to scream hysterically, yet he still tried his best to control himself. His expression was so tragic that one couldn't bear to continue watching. The muscles at the corners of the Dharma Supreme's mouth kept twitching and squirming. He clenched his teeth, but couldn't. He bit his lower lip between his teeth, but it was also bitten until it was dripping with blood, dripping down the corners of his mouth. He stared at Wu Jueqing, but didn't speak at all. Not a single word. Wu Jueqing finished recounting the entire matter. The Dharma Supreme still didn't speak. He maintained his silence, standing there stiffly. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. An indescribable sense of oppression, an indescribable sorrow, slowly spread. Swoosh, 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 one by one, silhouettes landed here as if they were flying. They were Gu Duxing and the others. When Gu Duxing and the rest saw such a scene, they were all shocked. Chu Yang, Tan Tan, and the rest were lying down and sitting a little further away. No one was standing. The only two people standing were the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing. And such powerful enemies actually didn't fight when they stood together. This strange scene was too shocking, and it seemed to be a little too difficult to comprehend. The moment Mo Qingwu saw Chu Yang's bloodied and pathetic state, she couldn't accept it. She felt her mind shake, and suddenly, she saw stars and almost fainted. It was as if the sky had collapsed at this moment. She almost lost all consciousness. With a scream, she rushed over. Chu Yang, what happened to you? Before Mo could hold her back, Imo Qingwu had already rushed out. At this moment, other than the severely injured Chu Yang, there was nothing else in her eyes. The whole world was no longer in her eyes. If he is unlucky, then I will go with him immediately. This was the only thought in Imo Qingwu's mind at this moment. The Tribulation brothers moved together. Sabers and swords were drawn, viburnum flowers in their hands. They looked at the Dharma Supreme with burning eyes. Because Imo Qingwu had charged right past the Dharma Supreme, she was completely defenseless and defenseless. If the Dharma Supreme dared to move, the brothers would immediately fight with their lives. However, the Dharma Supreme unexpectedly didn't move. Not only did he not move, just by looking at his reaction, it was as if he didn't even notice the arrival of Gu Duxing and the rest. He just stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his soul and was distracted. Gu Duxing and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief. They still maintained their defensive state, walking over in batches and going around from the side to check on Chu Yang's condition. The Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing still maintained their face-to-face situation. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme seemed to have directly turned into a clay puppet. A cool breeze blew, lifting his black robe and making rustling sounds. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme only had one feeling. That was the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. That kind of desolation, that kind of loneliness and vicissitudes of life. There was also a kind of sadness, regret, and helplessness. After a long, long time, an extremely dense black aura suddenly emerged from the Dharma Supreme. Wu Jueqing's eyes narrowed. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon had reappeared. This meant that the Dharma Supreme had made a choice. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon on the Dharma Supreme became thicker and thicker, almost enveloping his entire body. With an extremely bitter laugh, the Dharma Supreme waved his hand, dispersing the demonic fog that shrouded his head. His face was revealed again. He let out a long sigh and said with an unknown meaning, "Send my brother to battle the extraterrestrial demons in the outer realm. Nurture my brother to reconstruct his physical body and become an immortal golden body. Fulfill my brother's wish to command the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements. Let my brother enjoy the glory and splendor of the world and receive the highest honor." So this is the case. So everything is a misunderstanding. So we have misunderstood Big Brother. So, it's too late, too late. The Dharma Supreme laughed softly, but his laughter was even worse than crying. It was filled with endless desolation and loneliness. For a moment, it was as if he had lost his soul and his soul had left his body. If I had known about it 30,000 years ago, why would I have spent so much effort to destroy Big Brother's plan? If I had known about it 10,000 years ago, why would I have become the Dharma Supreme? Even if I couldn't find them, at least I could have committed suicide to lessen some of the guilt. Even if I had only known about it 3,000 years ago, no matter what choice I made, I wouldn't have painstakingly planned to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. If I had known about it 100 years ago, I would still have been willing to give up all my honor and glory, disperse all my cultivation, and return to being a wandering soul. But now, so what now? If you have not lost your original intention, there is still a way to turn back. The extraterrestrial demon is just a thought, Wu Jueqing said. After all, they were all tribulations. If there was anyone in the world who understood the Dharma Supreme's current state of mind the most, other than Wu Jueqing, there was no one else. The extraterrestrial demon is just a thought? Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Wu Jueqing, take a look. What is this? With a swoosh, he activated the demonic aura, causing the demonic fog to float in front of him again. He pointed at it with his fingers, gritting his teeth fiercely. What is this? What is my brother going to do? And what am I? He looked up to the sky and roared. My brother is going to fight the extraterrestrial demon, to fight the extraterrestrial demon for mankind. And I am the extraterrestrial demon now. For my own selfish desires, I did not hesitate to transform into a demon and wreak havoc in the human world. Even if my original intention remains the same, can I still turn back? Chapter 1654. The Dharma Supreme suddenly took a few steps forward. Having lost all sense of reason, he actually grabbed Wu Jueqing's collar without a care in the world. He was completely defenseless and could only grit his teeth as he asked, "Tell me, what? Can still turn back? How can I still turn back? How can I still have the face to turn back? Who am I? What am I? What was I in the past? What am I now?" Wu Jueqing's cultivation was fully concentrated, and he could counterattack at any time. He was even confident that he could escape unscathed while severely injuring the Dharma Supreme. However, he didn't do anything and just let the Dharma Supreme grab his collar and yell, "I'm no longer human. I'm a demon. Actually, I've long stopped being human. How many people have I killed for my own selfish desires? How many good people have I killed?" The Dharma Supreme yelled at Wu Jueqing, "Do you know? You're better than me. You were fucking framed by me after you came out and didn't even have time to commit any sins. How fucking easy for you. But what about me? What about me? What did I plan for so many years for? What's the point? How many people have I killed openly and covertly in the headquarters of the law enforcement officers who opposed me? Those people, which one of them wasn't a hero in the past? Which one of them wasn't a hero full of righteousness? And which one of them wasn't an upright law enforcement officer in the martial world? But I wanted to take revenge on the Tribulation Sword Master. They stopped me, so I killed them. This time, not only did my heart turn into a demon, even my body has turned into a demon from head to toe. All the higher-ups of the law enforcement officers were wiped out by me. These people, which one of them wasn't a hero admired by the world? It's these heroes that were all demonized by me. Demonized by me. How much sin have I committed? Can I still turn back? After I've committed so many evil deeds, all of you are telling me now that I was wrong. My brothers are still alive. My big brother did it for our own good. Everything was my own misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 boo-hoo. The Dharma Supreme howled, tears rolling down his cheeks. Heavens! Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why was that? At this moment, even though they were enemies, Gu Duxing and the others still couldn't help but feel sorry for him. They thought of how the Dharma Supreme's entire life had been led astray by a freak combination of factors, with no way of turning back. Yet at the very last moment, when there was no turning back, he found out the truth. That kind of desolation. He sighed inwardly, hearing about the Dharma Supreme, such a formidable character of the world. At this moment, the top experts were sobbing so bitterly that they almost cried at the same time. This kind of powerhouse, the number one power, a peak-level supreme being, and even the legendary calamity hero, it might not even make him frown. Even if he was at the end of his road, he might not be able to change his expression. Even if his soul was scattered, he might not lose his composure in front of everyone. But at this moment, he was crying in front of everyone. She cried without any care for her image. How many people would be able to understand such a feeling? The Dharma Supreme released his grip on Wu Jueqing's collar in despair, retreating stiffly in a daze. His hands were still outstretched, but they were trembling violently. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and shouted, "So it turns out that my perseverance for tens of thousands of years has been completely destroyed. It's just a misunderstanding, a joke? The people that I hate so much are actually the people who treat me the best, willing to sacrifice everything for me. The people who want to make me successful. My selfishness has harmed the strength of my brothers. I have indirectly ruined Big Brother's sacrifice. All of my plans had become meaningless. They had even caused harm, destruction, and destruction. This is what I have done. My original intention? My turning back? Is it possible? Is it possible?" The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. The demonic fog and evil aura around him became thicker and thicker. Wu Jueqing looked at him quietly and said, "It's not too late. You still have the chance to turn back. As long as you still have the heart, you can turn back." "No." The Dharma Supreme shook his head sadly. "I have no chance. I have no chance. I can no longer turn back. I have already done everything to the extreme. Where do I have the heart? I can no longer turn back. I am destined to never turn back. The Dharma Supreme laughed. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted crazily, Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang, come out and show me your Calamity Sword. Chu Yang had just woken up from his coma when he saw Chu Lu, and Mo Qingwu. The two girls were watching him intently. At the same time, he could clearly feel the extreme pain and numbness all over his body, as well as the recovery of a large amount of internal energy in his dantian. All these signs indicated that he had taken the heavy pill again, and it was the complete version. It was just that he didn't know if it was from Chu Lu or Mo Qingwu. Just as he was about to say something to comfort the two little girls in front of him, he heard a thunderous roar. Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang, come out and show me your Calamity Sword. He raised his head reluctantly, only to see the Dharma Supreme standing not far away from him. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Only his eyes were staring at him somewhat crazily. Chu Yang couldn't help but be startled. The Dharma Supreme was one of the few wise men in the world. He was the calmest and most stable. Such a situation shouldn't have happened to him. Now that there was such a change, there could only be one result. He turned around and saw Wu Jueqing nodding lightly at him. Having received confirmation, Chu Yang's mind stirred. The Calamity Sword suddenly appeared in mid-air with a sword cry. It still emitted a dazzling glow. Just like that, a sword stood upright in mid-air. The Dharma Supreme's frenzied emotions instantly became as calm as ice. The wise man of the past had returned at this moment. However, he still didn't make any movements. He just stood there, looking up at the Calamity Sword in the air with a myriad of emotions in his eyes. One could clearly see how many memories he had in the past were flowing through his mind at this moment. How much of the past flowed through his heart. The brothers who had gone through life and death together, the big brother who was loyal to him, the glorious years of blood and blood, the flowing years that had passed by. The sword light flashed, as if the former big brother Qin Fong was looking at him with sparkling eyes. The Calamity Sword was still the same as before. Big brother, where are you? Do you know that I have hated you for so many years? I was wrong. I want to repent to you. But where are you? Tears gradually gathered in the Dharma Supreme's eyes, sparkling. Then, they quietly flowed down from the corners of his eyes. They dripped onto the ground, splashing up light dust. He stood straight and looked at the Calamity Sword in the air. Slowly, his body, which had been standing straight, began to hunch down. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a few thousand years, unable to even straighten his back. The vicissitudes of the past, the Brotherhood is boundless, vaguely drinking in the dream, startled by the cold. Sitting opposite the moon, made a mistake by gathering iron. How can I describe the melancholy of my life? My hands are stained with the blood of heroes. Every step under my feet is a challenge, gnashing my teeth and hating the mistakes of heaven. My nightmare caused my brother to be wronged. My sins can't be redeemed by heaven. My hands are bloody and my soul is ashamed. I have let down my brothers in tears, difficult for my brother, difficult for heaven, full of remorse and bitterness, can't retreat, can't advance, ha 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 ha. The Dharma Supreme sang loudly. His voice was mournful, almost as if he was better off dead. As he sang till here, he suddenly laughed hoarsely. His laughter was much more miserable than crying. Then, with a wail, he suddenly knelt down, facing the Calamity Sword. He kowtowed heavily. I'm sorry, big brother. I'm sorry. Diwu Chochang, am sorry. Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Dharma Supreme jumped up. He howled into the sky. I'm wrong, but I'm destined to be unable to turn back. Heaven is playing with me. What should I do? Heaven, if you really have eyes, why would you play with me like this? Why are you playing with me like this? The Dharma Supreme howled into the sky, almost going crazy. Previously, he was still thinking about it. The Dharma Supreme, who kept saying that heavens will belong to him, was now doing everything he could. He was scolding the heavens for being unfair. Was heaven really playing with him? Wu Jueqing, who was at the side, was also almost in tears. He was definitely the one who understood the Dharma Supreme the most, because he, too, was almost on the path of the Dharma Supreme. Fortunately, he had stopped on the wrong path right from the start, and the one who stopped him was actually the Dharma Supreme. It was just that he really didn't hate the Dharma Supreme for his sneak attack back then. If not for that sneak attack back then, there would probably be another pitiful person who scolded Heaven's Will for playing with him today. From this point of view, the Dharma Supreme was actually Wu Jueqing's greatest benefactor. But the Dharma Supreme who stopped him from going down the wrong path was already destined to be unable to turn back. From an unparalleled hero to a peerless hero, then to a traitor who stole the world, and finally to a demon who brought calamity to the world. The Dharma Supreme walked step by step, and finally, today, when he was powerless to turn back, he found out the truth. How cruel and helpless was this? Step by step, it made one sigh. If there wasn't Heaven's will to guide him, to walk step by step like this until now, it was really inconceivable. After the Dharma Supreme roared into the sky, he quieted down just like that. He stood there quietly, like a dead man. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Then, the Dharma Supreme turned around quietly and faced Wu Jueqing. Brother Wu, thank you for telling me. Ha ha ha, for the sneak attack back then. Should Brother Wu hate me or thank me? At this time, he could actually still laugh. It was just that when he spoke to Wu Jueqing about the sneak attack back then, his tone was full of envy. They were the same. Wu Jueqing could turn back. He could go back. As long as there was a chance, he could still join the original group. But what about himself? Even if the brothers could still accept it, even if Big Brother didn't care, but how could he go back? How could he still have the face to go back? Not to mention bringing his half-demon body back with him? Wu Jueqing opened his mouth, but realized that whatever he said was inappropriate. I still have to walk down this path. I can no longer turn back. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, Sword Master Chu, the Tianding Grand Meeting is the time of the final battle between you and me. If your skills are not as good as mine, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I win, Heaven's will belong to me. If you win, the tribulation will start a new chapter. Everyone, let's fight it out at the Tianding Grand Meeting. So what if I live? So what if I die? Let me be wrong until the end. The Dharma Supreme let out a long roar and flew up, leaving behind rolling demonic fog in the air. He actually left without a care. Chapter 1655. As the Dharma Supreme left, soft puffing sounds could be heard in the air. Following the direction where the Dharma Supreme left, droplets of water fell from the sky, sparkling under the sunlight and dripping into the soil. Everyone knew that these were the Dharma Supreme's tears. It was obvious that this generation's think tank could no longer control his emotions. Even when he was flying at such a high speed, there were still so many tears falling. Everyone looked at one another, all of them speechless. No one stopped him. No one thought of stopping him. Why does he refuse to turn back when he already knows the truth? GMO said somewhat angrily, since he knows that he was wrong and understands that what happened back then was a misunderstanding, why doesn't he turn back? Is selfish desire really that important? Don't his brothers from back then miss him? If he doesn't turn back, how can his brothers endure it? Turn back? How can he turn back? How can he turn back? Gu Duxing said coldly, law enforcement officers, heroes from all walks of life who once ruled the world and whose names shook the heavens, have basically all been destroyed in his hands. He has completely destroyed the foundation of the law enforcement officers. The entire heavens continent will be plunged into an eternal land of chaos because of his actions this time. Although the law enforcement officers have been somewhat corrupted over the years because of the Dharma Supreme, without the restrictions of the law enforcement officers, this continent will be 10,000 times more chaotic than before, or even more. Even if he repents and turns back now, it will be of no use. The impact he has caused has already become a foregone conclusion. Even if he changes his mind at the last minute, it will no longer be of much significance. On the contrary, it may cause even greater and more lasting trouble. Gu Duxing sighed deeply. In fact, a hero and wise man like the Dharma Supreme naturally has his own thoughts. If he continues to persist in his wrong ways, it may be true repentance. If he were to repent at this moment and commit suicide to atone for his sins, then the entire world would truly be finished. What exactly are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Whatever. What do you think we should do next? Luokadi was completely perplexed. Do we still have to fight to the death in the future? Chu Yang coughed and said, Of course, the Dharma Supreme said it very clearly just now. It's one thing for him to know that he was wrong, but he can no longer turn back, so the battle still has to continue. If he could kill us, he wouldn't show any mercy, and vice versa. Therefore, the road ahead was still bumpy. The road is still filled with blood. Everyone still needs to work hard. GMO, Luokudi, and the others were still somewhat confused. However, what was in common was that for a hero like the Dharma Supreme, one of the legendary tribulations of the past, to end up in such a situation today, everyone could only sigh and lament in their hearts. Fortunately, it was the Dharma Supreme who encountered such an incident. I'm afraid that the only choice I would have had would have been to destroy my body and soul as soon as possible. Xie Danxiong rejoiced and said. All the brothers heard Xie Danxiong's words. He thought of all the things that the Dharma Supreme had gone through. When they thought about what would happen to them, they couldn't help but shudder. He nodded in agreement. If he continued to live like this, it would be a fate worse than death. Let's go back. A war is inevitable. So, let's go all out. Chu Yang said. Imo Qingwu scooped Chu Yang up in her arms. Hugging Chu Yang's tall and majestic body seemed very out of place, but she refused to let go even if she had to die. She just carefully held on to him. The brothers left step by step. After walking for a long distance, they still couldn't help but turn back. The Dharma Supreme's helpless and sorrowful roar before he left still seemed to reverberate. Wu Jueqing was the last to leave. He stood despondently for a long time before he said softly, Diwu Chochong, thank you. He was referring to the Dharma Supreme's sneak attack on him back then. He used to hate his sneak attack so much. But now, he realized that if it wasn't for that sneak attack and his serious injuries, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than the Dharma Supreme right now. The wonders of the world were simply unimaginable. On the other side, the Dharma Supreme sped all the way back to the secret gathering place of the law enforcement officers. It was just that the journey was very peaceful, very peaceful. If it was before, the Dharma Supreme would definitely be thinking about many things, such as plotting against whom, or how to improve his cultivation, or the reason why it was peaceful was because the Dharma Supreme's mind was completely blank at this moment. Or rather, it wasn't appropriate to say that it was completely blank, because in the bottom of the Dharma Supreme's heart, there was always a thunderous voice calling out to him. Chochong, 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 what do you think of this place? Chochong, what do you think? Chochong, where are you? Fifth brother, where are you now? Fifth brother, why aren't you here yet? Fifth brother, everyone is waiting for you. Fifth brother, how are you now? Fifth brother, come back quickly. The voices of his brothers seemed to be constantly ringing. The Dharma Supreme howled and covered his face as he ran. He covered his face tightly. The Dharma Supreme covered his face and ran while choking with sobs. The faces of his brothers flashed before his eyes. Some of their faces, after tens of thousands of years, had been blurred, but now they were incomparably clear. Even the expressions on their faces were the same as before. They were calling for me, they were calling for me, but I could only cover my face and run. I miss all of you too, but I can't. I'm no longer worthy. The Dharma Supreme ran against the wind, forcibly suppressing the endless bitterness in his heart, but he still felt waves of choking and indescribable sobs. The whistling wind that came towards him had already dried up the tears that had just overflowed from his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. He only felt that his heart was suddenly burning like a ball of fire, and then suddenly cold like ice. If tragedy is inevitable in life, then what is my life? Is it considered a tragedy? Or is it a farce? A farce that I directed and acted in myself, thinking that I was infallible and doing things on my own, messing up everything. I thought that everyone owed me, but in the end, I was the biggest debtor. No matter who it is, I owe it to them. The Dharma Supreme suddenly felt an extremely absurd feeling. For a moment, he actually wanted to laugh at the sky, shout at the sky, or curse at the sky. Complain that the heavens were playing tricks on him, that the heavens were unfair? For a moment, it was as if he wanted to kill everyone in the world, leaving nothing behind. All living beings were exterminated, and for a moment, they wanted to destroy themselves, their souls scattered, consigned to eternal damnation. So everything was actually a mistake. So the one who made the most mistakes was actually myself, selfish from the start. Then, blinded by greed, I fell deeper and deeper, to the point where the heavens and earth can no longer tolerate it, and there is no way back. Full of regret, full of bitterness, unable to retreat, unable to advance. Diwu Chochong, where should I go from here? Diwu Chochong, you were once revered by the world, and a hero that everyone looked up to. You also had a place in the legends of the heavenly realm. You had the reputation of tribulation throughout history. You also had your glory, overturning the heavenly realm tens of thousands of years ago. As tribulation's think tank, you led the entire situation, and it was only because of your planning that the brothers could unite the heavenly realm that time. Now, what have you become? The Dharma Supreme of today. Are you still the Diwu Chochong of the past? Are you still the Tribulation's think tank? Diwu Chochong? Dharma Supreme? Tribulation's think tank? Heavenly Demon Seed? Hero? Devil? Troublemaker? Where should I go from here? Where should I go from here? Where should I go from here? The Dharma Supreme felt that his heart was about to explode. The Dharma Supreme suddenly stopped outside the forest, looking up at the sky, speechless, his face full of confusion. He really couldn't retreat, neither could he advance for a moment. He couldn't make a choice, and there was no way forward. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. Lord Dharma Supreme. The two law enforcement experts who were on guard outside the forest came out of hiding and bowed. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath and exhaled gently. He quickly restrained his emotions and said indifferently, "That person, has he returned?" The two guards said, "He has already returned, but he seems to be very badly injured. Now, he is sending people everywhere to look for Lord Dharma Supreme." The Dharma Supreme's expression was neither happy nor angry, and only nodded indifferently. "I know." He floated and entered the dense forest. The moment he entered, he could clearly feel a wave of scattered demonic aura, faintly rising and overflowing, with a vague feeling that it would dissipate at any time. This feeling was very strange. Even when he first met the heavenly demon, he didn't seem to be in such a miserable state. It seemed that the heavenly demon's injuries this time were indeed extremely serious, enough to be fatal, even more so than that day. The Dharma Supreme walked over with a gloomy face. One after another, weak moans that were forcefully suppressed came out from inside almost continuously. Just by hearing these sounds, one could imagine how much pain the person who was moaning was in. "You are back? You are finally back." The heavenly demon's voice was extremely weak. "Come over quickly, come over quickly." The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed and his figure disappeared. He instantly entered the house and turned a corner on the wall. Immediately, the door to a secret chamber appeared. The Dharma Supreme entered in a flash. The wall behind him slowly closed up. "Hurry!" The heavenly demon withered in the secret chamber, his whole body almost shriveled up. Demonic aura constantly flowed out from his body and disappeared into the air. As the demonic aura gradually flowed out, his aura became even weaker. Now, he was like a candle in the wind, on the verge of death, and could die at any time. Previously, he was seriously injured and was also poisoned by the unique poison in the world. Now, the heavenly demon really didn't even have the strength to move. It was already very lucky to be able to return here. If not for the Dharma Supreme, his last hope, he could only wait for death. "Hurry!" Prepare a few embryonic devil souls of supreme martial artists and above, the more the better. Don't be too strong, just second or third grade supreme martial artist embryonic devil souls to strengthen my foundation. The heavenly demon said weakly, if I don't get replenishment soon, I will vanish into thin air. Hurry up and prepare them. Hurry. With your strength, how did you get injured so badly? The Dharma Supreme frowned and asked slowly. Chapter 1656. All kinds of weird things can happen in this damned place. It's my bad luck. I met the Demon King the moment I made my move. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth in hatred. It was originally nothing much. I just had to hold on a little longer, and I would have won the battle, and even gotten the rare supreme demon body. But for some reason, a strange sword came and ruined my plans. Then, I met two experts who could use the Heaven's Peak poison. Why are you still asking about this at this juncture? Hurry up and prepare. The faster the better. Hurry up. You're so badly injured. What kind of spirit would be the best for you? Do you want the spirit of a second grade or third grade supreme martial artist? Do you need a special catalyst? The Dharma Supreme was a little anxious, but his words were clear and he asked in great detail. No need. Just a second grade or third grade one will do. Hurry up and prepare. Cut the crap. So, just an ordinary one will do? Yes. Hurry up and prepare. The faster the better. But sir, you also know that the ones we demonized previously were all high-level martial artists, such as the second grade and third grade supreme martial artists. I didn't put in much effort, but I realized that I couldn't completely control their spirits. This is a little troublesome. If an accident happens when you're replenishing them, why are you so silly? What's the big deal? You just have to do this and that. Oh, I see. Sir's words are very righteous and I've benefited a lot. Oh right, when I went out today, my spirit was also injured and I realized that I couldn't completely control it. Does this have anything to do with the strength of my spirit? Of course it has something to do with it. Why do you have so much to say? Hurry up and prepare. For example, I can't control anyone now. This is all related to the brand of the devil soul. The weaker the devil soul, the lower the control. If the devil soul is on the verge of collapse, the brand can't be maintained. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and prepare. Oh, I see. Sir, you're really honest. I've figured it all out. What? What do you mean? The heavenly demon finally felt that something was wrong. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. I'm just saying that you're really fucking honest as a pig waiting to be slaughtered. The heavenly demon was stunned for a moment before it reacted. It let out a shrill cry. How dare you say that about me? Up until now, he had felt that something was wrong. Yet, he still did not suspect the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression gentle and refined as usual. Yet, he said, don't you understand what I'm saying? Don't you understand human language? You're a demon, so it's reasonable that you don't understand human language. I'll say one more thing. Fuck you. Do you understand? Can you? The heavenly demon was so infuriated that the demonic aura all over his body was about to explode. Panting heavily, he looked at the Dharma Supreme and said, You scoundrel, demon child, you actually, how dare I scold you? The Dharma Supreme smiled. Not only do I want to scold you, I want to hit you. Don't worry, I'll fuck you. But you are definitely not my demon child. As he spoke, he slapped the extraterrestrial demon hard in the face. The sound was exceptionally crisp and clear. I want you to die. The heavenly demon was mad with anger. Completely disregarding his injuries, he tried his best to activate the demonic soul brand. The Dharma Supreme frowned and instantly felt an extreme pain exploding in his mind. However, this pain was not as unbearable as before. In fact, the pleasure was gradually diminishing. Looks like the extraterrestrial demon is really honest. What he said was absolutely right. This was the final radiance of the setting sun, and there was nothing he could do anymore. His demonic soul had obviously suffered great damage. After this, he would no longer be able to control himself. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had gotten rid of this last burden. No matter what he chose in the future, he would be able to do as he pleased. The Dharma Supreme confirmed his judgment, completely disregarding the fact that the extraterrestrial demon was still activating his demonic soul. He slapped the extraterrestrial demon's face more than 10 times consecutively. He growled, "You control me? You control me?" Every time he slapped her, he would ask her a question. The pain in his mind continued, but his hands did not stop slapping. "You control me? Who do you think you are? You actually want to control me? You're a demon child that deserves to be cut into pieces. You're a demon who deserves to die. You've schemed well. You've harmed me well. You bastard who deserves to die 10,000 times." Slap after slap, the pain in the Dharma Supreme's mind continued. The extraterrestrial demon's final counterattack was no small matter, but the Dharma Supreme did not show it on his face. At this moment, he could only humiliate the extraterrestrial demon as much as he could. Drops of black demonic blood flowed out from the extraterrestrial demon's mouth and wounds almost continuously, turning into drops of demonic energy and dissipating in the air. The extraterrestrial demon was extremely aggrieved and indignant, but also extremely aggrieved. He glared at the Dharma Supreme, wishing he could swallow him whole. He would never have thought that when he returned here, he thought that it was his fledgling that healed him. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually betray him? This change made the extraterrestrial demon feel like he was dreaming. How could it be possible that the fledgling that he had manipulated with his own hands actually betrayed him? It could even resist the restriction of the law of the superior controlling the inferior, that law that no one had been able to resist since ancient times. It was even more terrifying than encountering a nightmare in the land of nightmares. He really did not dare to believe it. The Dharma Supreme clenched his teeth. He grabbed the extraterrestrial demon's hair with his left hand and lifted him up. His right hand slapped him continuously, his gaze cold like an ice-cold blade. "My life has been ruined by you extraterrestrial demons." The Dharma Supreme slapped him again. This sentence was not wrong in a detailed analysis. The original mission of the Tribulation's Swordmaster and Tribulation was to deal with the extraterrestrial demon. All the misunderstandings also originated from this. "You caused me to betray my brothers. You caused me to be betrayed by everyone. You caused me to lose my humanity. You caused me to be in a dilemma. You caused me to be in a dilemma. You caused me to..." The more the Dharma Supreme spoke, the more aggrieved he became. Suddenly, he stabbed 2 fingers into the extraterrestrial demon's eyes. He was already in a state of madness now. What was a mere pain? Being able to wreak havoc on the extraterrestrial demon's body was the greatest pleasure right now. The extraterrestrial demon let out a scream that was worse than death. His whole body trembled and the demonic fog became chaotic. The Dharma Supreme did not stop. He continued to attack, his methods becoming more and more cruel. The extraterrestrial demon's body was gradually dismantled into pieces. With a loud cry that was close to breaking down, the Dharma Supreme slapped the extraterrestrial demon's head for the last time. At this point, the extraterrestrial demon let out a low murmur of unknown meaning and finally breathed his last. A pitiful heaven-level extraterrestrial demon, a demon that was above heaven-level martial artists in the Heaven Imperial Court, would never have dreamed that he would die in such a humiliating manner in the Heaven Imperial Court. To die so, that even he himself could not believe it. The next moment, an extremely dense demonic fog erupted from the top of the extraterrestrial demon's head. That was the appearance of the extraterrestrial demon's original soul. It was also where the last imprint of this extraterrestrial demon was. The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. He stretched out both his hands and a ball of pitch-black demonic aura suddenly emerged. He opened his mouth and sucked the pure demonic aura that was transformed from the extraterrestrial demon's soul into his mouth continuously. "You devour this. Devour that. Today, I will devour you. I will let you have a taste of being devoured and consigned to eternal damnation." Game? To hell with your game. Game my ass. He smashed the chest of the extraterrestrial demon's body with a vicious punch and dug out the demon spirit's heart. He opened his mouth and stuffed it into his mouth, then violently smashed his dantian. I will devour you. I will devour you. You bastards. You are the main culprit, the extraterrestrial demon. The Dharma Supreme roared in a low voice. His eyes revealed utter hatred and insanity. At this moment, the extraterrestrial demon's body could no longer be described as incomplete. It was completely fragmented, but the Dharma Supreme still refused to relax. He continued to curse and scold without letting go, until the extraterrestrial demon's entire body completely disappeared from the secret chamber. Not a single bit was left. The Dharma Supreme slowly got up and suddenly laughed loudly. As he laughed, he squatted on the ground again and sobbed bitterly. His sobs were low and deep, and his body was broken. After a long time, the door of the secret chamber opened again. The Dharma Supreme's clothes and shoes were neat and tidy, and he walked out expressionlessly. His eyes had regained their usual depth and calmness. Gather. Pass down my order. Law enforcement absolute kill order. The big clans have betrayed the law enforcement, colluded with the extraterrestrial demon, and become enemies with the whole world, intending to overthrow the heavens. Immediately summon all the law enforcement officers in the world to destroy the big clans at all costs and by all means. May I ask, Lord Dharma Supreme, what do you mean by destroying the big clans? Do you not understand the meaning of all round? Everything. Everything must be destroyed. The Dharma Supreme ordered coldly, from the foundation to the manpower, shops, industries, grain routes, everything, as long as it belongs to the big clans, destroy it all. Kill them all. Leave nothing behind. Men, women, old and young. Eliminate them all. The Dharma Supreme gritted his teeth and issued such an order. Yes, if there are any obstructions, if there are any accomplices, they will be punished with the same crime. All the affiliated clans will be wiped out. Yes, go. Then, Dharma Supreme, the original plan to deal with the Tribulation's Swordmaster and the Tribulations. Ignore that for now. Let's first completely destroy the big clans that are a scourge to the world. As for the Tribulation's Swordmaster, I will deal with him personally. The Tribulation's Swordmaster and all the Tribulations are extremely powerful, and the tactic of using numbers is useless against them. Only by using strength against strength can we defeat them. I have already made plans for this, so don't be nosy, lest you disturb my overall plan. Yes, I understand. Orders of law enforcement were sent out one after another from here. First to the headquarters of the law enforcement officers, then from there, to every corner of the continent. All the law enforcement officers suddenly launched a frenzied attack from this day onwards. Yes, the big clans, who were once allies, attacked with all their might, without any reservations. This day, in the records of the heavenly continent in the future, was called the beginning of the Blood River. The Dharma Supreme stood in the forest, his eyes cold and emotionless. So what if I betray the world? Chapter 1657. When Chu Yang and the others returned to their lodgings, Imo Tianji, the only one left behind, was already anxiously waiting for them. Although Imo Tianji had the help of the heavy pills when he used the forbidden secret technique, mind transmission, previously, and didn't leave behind any hidden injuries and could even recover within a few days, he would still be greatly weakened in the next few days, and his ability to fight was greatly weakened. However, Imo Tianji was ultimately a think tank. If even he had to fight with his life on the line, the situation would probably really become extremely dangerous. This was also the main reason why Imo Tianji had stayed behind. However, he didn't know whether it was a coincidence or not. But Chu Yang had rushed to Tantan's rescue this time, and he had ended up in an extremely dangerous situation. This was something that Imo Tianji hadn't expected. Throughout the journey, without the interference of external enemies, the heavy pills continued to show their powerful effects. Chu Yang's injuries were naturally in a state of continuous improvement. Even Gui Gu and the others, although they couldn't be said to be in a good condition, had also more or less regained some mobility. Of course, these heavily injured people still had to be carried by Gu Duxing and the others. It seemed like if Gu Duxing and the others hadn't rushed over, Wu Jueqing and Chu Lo really wouldn't have been able to carry such a large group of people back. No matter how strong an expert was, he only had 2 hands. There were 7 to 8 living people here, and all of them were men. How were they supposed to handle this? Tan, who was still in a deep coma, was carried on Gu Duxing's back as if he was carrying a sack. If Tan was awake, he might just strangle Gu Duxing to death. This guy actually put his head down on his shoulders and his legs in front of him, only hugging his calves as they sped along. As they moved, Tan's body swayed here and there. That head of his kept bumping into Gu Duxing's buttocks, repeatedly and intimately. Gui Gu and the others were naturally furious at how their Saint King was being abused by someone like this. They criticized him nonstop the entire way, complaining. When they recovered some energy, they even started to hurl abuse at him. GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others were all displeased. When they saw that these few old men were already full of anger and could scold people, they very straightforwardly put them on their shoulders as well. Their posture of carrying the sack was exactly the same as Gu Duxing's. Wasn't it easy to copy? Weren't you guys unhappy? Why don't we just give you the same treatment as your Saint King? One sheep is the same as herding a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, the curses along the way shook the heavens. He scolded them all the way. Tan was lucky to be carried like this. After all, he was in a deep coma at the moment. So, he couldn't feel anything. However, Gui Gu and the others were extremely miserable. Completely conscious, they could clearly sense that their faces, noses, and lips were unceasingly moving. Again and again, she bumped into the buttocks of the guy who was carrying her. Puff, puff, puff. What was even more unbearable was that Gui Gu simply couldn't stand the fact that GMO was carrying him on his back. In order to achieve the same effect, GMO had actually only grabbed his ankle. His nose kept touching this guy's butt. Sometimes, he would even feel that he had fallen into a ditch. Gui Gu's injuries had just recovered a little when he almost fainted again from the disgust. This guy was too vile. Could it be any worse? Energy and would energy? Reality proved that they could. One of the 3 Stars Divine Clan's elders got down from Luo Ku Di's back when they finally arrived at the inn's entrance. He didn't care about the severity of his injuries. He didn't care about anything else. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He pounced on Luo Ku Di and fought with his life. Luo Ku Di, who was in peak condition, did not dare to face him. He covered his head and fled like a rat, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This result left everyone flabbergasted. What exactly was going on? That elder's curses reverberated throughout the entire inn. Even Emotianji, who was keeping watch inside, was baffled. However, when they asked him what exactly was going on, he refused to say anything. In any case, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth over and over again. I cannot coexist with this guy who is carrying me on his back today. We can't coexist under the same sky. It's either me or him. In the end, Luo Ku Di finally returned sneakily. Everyone interrogated him under torture. It was only then that they realized why the 2 of them had such a grudge against each other. As it turned out, when Luo Ku Di was carrying this elder in that position, it just so happened that the elder's mouth had intimately collided with Luo Ku Di's butt. Second Master Luo had actually coincidentally farted. Even though Luo Ku Di had repeatedly stated that it was definitely not intentional, no one believed him. When this matter was brought up, everyone was eating around a large table. Chu Yang and the others immediately spat out all the rice and soup in their mouths. They coughed repeatedly and laughed so hard that they almost choked. This was a new record created by Luo Ku Di. It could cause many of the world's top experts and second-grade supreme martial artists to be injured at almost the same time. Even though it was just choking was still an injury, no? It was even a type of internal injury. As for the ones who were the most seriously injured, they were not the ones. There were also Emo Qingwu, Chu Lu-er, and Imo Lei-er. These three ladies were all frowning as they stared at Luo Kudi hatefully. They no longer had any appetite and could vaguely feel waves of nausea. Luo Kudi, there's really a reason why this elder and you cannot coexist under the same sky. Ahaha. After GMO said this, he burst into laughter. However, what he said right after made Gu Igu flip the table on the spot. Why didn't I think of farting back then? What a miscalculation. Everyone was fooling around downstairs, so there was no need to elaborate further. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were discussing matters in the room upstairs. Mo Tianji listened to Chu Yang's sigh as he narrated the entire process of this matter in detail. Then, Mo Tianji became pensive. Then, Mo Tianji suddenly sighed and said, "The Dharma Supreme can be said to be the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer. Hateful people indeed have something to be pitied." Chu Yang agreed. Actually, I was thinking about a question just now. If I were to encounter the same situation as the Dharma Supreme, what would I do? What would I do? If the role was switched to you, what would you do? If it were Du Xing and the others, what would the outcome be? Mo Tianji smiled lightly. Chu Yang, what do you think? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. You, more or less, would make the same choice as him. Mo Tianji clearly didn't treat this topic as a joke. Instead, he seriously pondered over it and said, "Others may not understand, or approve of it. However, as the kidnappers, we should understand and approve of it. If our brothers were to be injured, how would we react? If you were to choose between the world and your brothers, and you could only choose one, what would you choose?" Mo Tianji chuckled. Moreover, the Dharma Supreme was facing a situation where 8 of his brothers died together. It's like me, Du Xing, and the others were all killed. What would I do? If the Dharma Supreme was replaced by Du Xing, what would the outcome be? Chu Yang's calm expression suddenly turned serious. If you were the Dharma Supreme, and all of us were killed, then you would definitely seek revenge at all costs. Even if you were to stand against all the people in the world, you would not turn back. If you eventually knew that it was a misunderstanding, then you would think of ways to make up for it. Even if it was painful, you would hold on. You would carry it and persevere all the way. You are such a person. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart was touched, and he nodded silently. Throughout his 2 lives, Mo Tianji was the one who understood Chu Yang the most. Mo Tianji understood Chu Yang better than Mo Qingwu, Meng Chao Ran, Tan Tan, and even Chu Yang himself. If Du Xing had reached the final step of the Dharma Supreme, he would have simply retired and disappeared without a trace. He would have been alone for a lifetime. If it were Xie Danxiong and Ao Xieyun, they would have tried their best to survive. Their choice should be similar to yours, to try their best to make up for it. However, they would still try to find us. If it were Dong Wushang and Rui Budong, they would probably not do anything. They would just commit suicide. Not facing all this is the simplest and least painful way. As for GMO and Luo Kadi, they would not choose to commit suicide. However, if they end up like the Dharma Supreme, going crazy would be their only outcome. Lastly, it's me. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. My choice from the start would probably be the same as the Dharma Supremes. Step by step, the changes would be similar. Even the final outcome, I'm afraid I would also choose the Dharma Supreme's current method. We are all people who use our brains to make a living. Our thinking is really similar. Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, the Dharma Supreme and I are ultimately the same type of people. It's just that I am luckier than him, much luckier. At least, I don't have to make that kind of damn choice. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He did not open his mouth to speak, but deep down, he agreed with Mo Tianji. Thinking back to his previous life, Mo Tianji had taken revenge on him for Mo Qingwu. That was really a means of death. If one were to look at the root of it, how was it different from what the Dharma Supreme was doing now? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme is still a man in his bones. It's just that his lust for power has blinded his eyes and corrupted a hero, Mo Tianji concluded. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, it's indeed a pity. but he still has to die in the end. Yes, we must kill him. Mo Tianji was also a little disappointed. Only by dying in our hands can the Dharma Supreme be truly free. This is no longer a trick of the heavens, but a change in the situation. Only by dying can he resolve all the disputes and changes before him. Only by dying in our hands can he truly be free. The two of them looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes, making friends throughout one's life. If one can find a friend like the Dharma Supreme, it's actually also a kind of luck. Great luck. Chu Yang stood up and walked slowly to the window, saying slowly, "Yes, what's wrong with sacrificing the whole world to avenge your brother? What's wrong with slaughtering the common people?" Mo Tianji's voice was full of praise, vicious and merciless, and scrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Evil as the mountains, evil as the seas. What a man of character. We often say such things and think such things. That's why it's loyalty. Mo Tianji's tone was a little sad, but the Dharma Supreme really did it. So it became a sin. Times change, that's all there is to it. Chu Yang nodded slowly. When Chu Yang and the others returned to their lodgings, Mo Tianji, who was the only one left behind, was already anxiously waiting for them. Although Mo Tianji had used the forbidden secret technique, heart transmission, previously with the help of Zhongdan, it didn't leave any hidden injuries and could even recover in a few days. But in the next few days, his vitality was still greatly damaged and his ability to fight was greatly weakened. However, Mo Tianji was ultimately the brains of the group. If even he had to fight with his life, the situation would probably really be extremely dangerous. This was also the main reason why Mo Tianji had stayed behind. However, he didn't know whether it was a coincidence or not. But Chu Yang had rushed to Tantan's rescue this time, and he had ended up in an extremely dangerous situation. This was something that Mo Tianji hadn't expected. Along the way, without the interference of external enemies, the Zhongdan continued to show its powerful effects. Chu Yang's injuries were naturally in a state of continuous improvement. Even Guigu and the others, although they couldn't be said to be in a good condition, had also more or less regained some mobility. Of course, these seriously injured people still had to be carried by Gu Duxing and the others. It seemed like if Gu Duxing and the others hadn't rushed over, Wu Jueqing and Chu Lo really wouldn't have been able to carry such a large group of people back. No matter how strong an expert was, they only had 2 hands. There were 7 to 8 living people, and all of them were men. How could they possibly handle this? Tantan, who was still in a state of deep unconsciousness, was carried on Gu Duxing's back like a sack. If Tantan was awake, he might just strangle Gu Duxing to death. This guy actually put his head down on his shoulders and his 2 legs in front of him, only hugging his calves and sprinting all the way. As they moved, Tantan's body swayed here and there. That head kept bumping against Gu Duxing's buttocks, bumping again and again. Repeatedly and intimately, Guigu and the others were naturally furious at how their Saint King was being abused by someone like this. They criticized and complained nonstop all the way. When they had recovered some energy, they even started to hurl abuse at him. GMO, Luokadi, and the others were all displeased. When they saw that these few old men were already so angry that they could scold people, they very straightforwardly carried Tantan on their shoulders as well. The way they carried the sack was exactly the same as Gu Duxing's. Wasn't it easy to copy? Weren't you guys unhappy? Why don't we just give you the same treatment as your Saint King? One sheep is the same as herding a flock of sheep. In an instant, the curses and insults were earth-shattering. They were really scolded along the way. Tantan was considered lucky to be carried like this. Because he was currently in a state of deep unconsciousness, he couldn't feel anything at all. However, Guigu and the others were extremely miserable. Completely conscious, they could clearly sense that their faces, noses, and lips were continuously bumping into the buttocks of the fellow who was carrying them, again and again, again and again. What was even more unbearable was that Guigu really couldn't stand the fact that GMO was carrying him. In order to achieve the same effect, GMO actually only grabbed his ankles while his nose continuously bumped into this fellow's buttocks. Sometimes, He could even coincidentally feel himself sinking into a ditch. Gu Igu's injuries had just recovered a little. He almost fainted from disgust again. This fellow was simply too vile. Could he be any more vile? Energy. Energy? The facts proved that energy. When they finally stopped at the entrance of the inn, one of the 3 Stars Divine Clan elders got down from Luokidi's back. Ignoring the severity of his injuries and the excruciating pain, he pounced on Luokidi and fought it out with him. Luokidi, who was in full condition, didn't dare to fight back at all. He covered his head and fled like a rat. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This outcome left everyone dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? That elder's curses reverberated throughout the entire inn. Even Emotianji, who was keeping watch inside, was baffled. However, when he was asked what exactly was going on, he refused to say anything. In any case, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth. I am irreconcilable with this little guy who is carrying me today. We cannot live under the same sky. It's either me or him. Later on, Luokidi finally came back sneakily. It was only under torture that everyone found out why the 2 of them had such a grudge. As it turned out, when Luokidi was carrying this elder in that position, it just so happened that the elder's mouth was intimately colliding with Luokidi's buttocks. Second Master Luo actually coincidentally farted, even though Luokidi repeatedly stated that it was definitely not intentional. Not a single person believed him. When this matter was brought up, everyone was sitting around a large table and eating. Chu Yang and the others instantly spat out all the rice and soup in their mouths. They coughed repeatedly and laughed so hard that they almost choked. This was a new record created by Luokidi. It could cause many of the world's top experts and low-grade supreme martial artists to be injured at almost the same time. Even though it was just choking was still an injury, wasn't it? It was a type of internal injury. As for the ones who were the most seriously injured, it wasn't these people. There were still Emo Qingwu, Chu Lu'er, and Emo Layer present. These 3 ladies were all frowning as they stared hatefully at Luokidi. They no longer had any appetite and could vaguely feel waves of nausea. Luokidi, there's really a reason why this elder is irreconcilable with you. Ahaha. After GMO said this, he burst into laughter. However, what he said right after made Gu Igu flip the table on the spot. Why didn't I think of farting back then? What a miscalculation. Everyone was fooling around downstairs, so there was no need for him to elaborate any further. Chu Yang and Emo Tianji were discussing matters in the room upstairs. Listening to Chu Yang's sighs as he recounted the entire process of this incident in detail, Emo Tianji fell into deep thought. Then, Emo Tianji suddenly sighed and said, the Dharma Supreme can be said to be the most pitiful person in the heavenly layer. Hateful people indeed have aspects that are worth pitying. Chu Yang expressed his agreement. Actually, when I was deep in thought just now, I was actually thinking about a question. If I were to encounter the same situation as the Dharma Supreme, what would I do? What would I choose? If the role was switched to you, what would you do? If it were Du Xing and the others, what would the outcome be? Emo Tianji smiled lightly. Chu Yang, what do you think? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. You would more or less make the same choice as him. Emo Tianji obviously didn't treat this topic as a joke. Instead, he began to think very seriously. He said, others may not understand or approve of it. However, as the robbers, we should understand, be able to understand and approve of it. If our brothers were to be harmed by others, how would we react? If you were to choose between the world and your brothers, and you could only choose one, what would you choose? Emo Tianji chuckled. Moreover, the situation that the Dharma Supreme was faced with back then was that 8 of his brothers had died together. It's equivalent to me being in the same situation as Du Xing and the others. All 8 of them were killed by others. What would I do? If the Dharma Supreme were to be replaced by Du Xing, what would the outcome be? Chu Yang's peaceful expression suddenly turned serious. If you were the Dharma Supreme, and all of us brothers were killed by others, then you would definitely seek revenge at all costs. Even if you were to stand on the opposite side of the world, you wouldn't turn back for this price. If you eventually found out that it was a misunderstanding, then you would think of ways to make up for it. Even if it was painful, you would hold on. You would carry on and persevere all the way. You are such a person. Imo Tianji looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart was touched. He nodded silently. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, Imo Tianji was the one who understood Chu Yang the most. Imo Tianji understood Chu Yang better than Imo Qingwu, Meng Chaoran, Tan Tan, and even Chu Yang himself. If Du Xing had reached the final step of the Dharma Supreme, he would have simply retired and disappeared without a trace. He would have been alone for a lifetime. If it were Xie Danqiong and Ao Xieyun, they would have tried their best to survive. Their choice should be similar to yours, to try their best to make up for it. However, they would still try to find us. If it were Dong Wushang and Rui Budong, they probably wouldn't have done anything. They would have simply committed suicide. Not facing all this is the simplest and least painful way. As for GMO and Luo Kadi, they wouldn't have chosen suicide. However, if they ended up like the Dharma Supreme, going crazy would be their only outcome. Lastly, it's me. Imo Tianji was deep in thought. My initial choice would probably be the same as the Dharma Supremes. Step by step, the changes would be similar. Even the final outcome, I'm afraid I would also choose what the Dharma Supreme is doing now. We are all people who use our brains to make a living. Our thinking is really similar. Imo Tianji shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the end, the Dharma Supreme and I are ultimately the same type of people. It's just that I am luckier than him, much luckier. At least, I don't have to make that kind of damned choice. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't speak, but he agreed with Imo Tianji endlessly. Thinking back to his previous life, Imo Tianji had taken revenge on him for Imo Qingwu. That was really a means of death. If one were to look at the root of it, how was it different from what the Dharma Supreme was doing now? Therefore, the Dharma Supreme is still a man in his bones. It's just that his lust for power has blinded his eyes and corrupted a hero. Imo Tianji concluded. Chu Yang nodded. Yes, it's indeed a pity, but he still has to die in the end. Yes, we must kill him. Imo Tianji was also a little disappointed. Only by dying in our hands can the Dharma Supreme be truly free. This is no longer a trick of the heavens, but a change in the situation. Only by dying can he resolve all the disputes and changes before him. Only by dying in our hands can he truly be free. The two of them looked at each other and saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes, making friends throughout one's life. If one can find a friend like the Dharma Supreme, it's actually also a kind of luck. Chu Yang stood up and slowly walked to the window. He then said slowly, "Yes, what's wrong with sacrificing the world to avenge one's brother? What's wrong with slaughtering the common people?" Imo Tianji's voice was full of praise. Vicious and merciless, unscrupulous in order to achieve one's goal. Evil as the mountain, evil as the sea. What a man of character. We often say such things and think such things. That's why it's a code of brotherhood. Imo Tianji's tone was a little sentimental, but the Dharma Supreme really did it, and it became a sin. Changes in the situation are nothing more than this. Chu Yang nodded slowly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.